Hey everyone, this is the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Krush, and we have some breaking news for you coming out of Warsaw, Poland. 30 minutes ago, Hikaru Nakamura tweets that he wasn't feeling that good before the Rapid tournament. He told this to the World Chess Organization, FIDE. He got tested, had a negative result, and did compete in that event. Today, he's taken another test because he's flying home tomorrow. And unfortunately, that test has come back positive. Hikaru Nakamura is unable to finish the event. And then the question becomes, what are the ramifications for the rest of this tournament? And we also have news coming in from the World Chess Federation that there have been even more COVID cases, that Hikaru Nakamura is not the only one to test positive. So right now there's a question of whether we're actually going to see the second day go ahead, Irina.
Yeah, FIDE said that a couple of more players other than Hikaru have tested positive and that they've been forced to withdraw from the tournament and their opponents have been contacted so they can go through additional checkups. So of course, I mean, they're probably still busy doing these tests and seeing if anyone else is positive. That might be delaying the start of the first round. Certainly it has like a huge impact on the tournament. It's like a most unfortunate time to find people testing positive right on the last day of play.
And this is the statement from the World Chess Federation. A couple of COVID tests came out as positive, is the quote there. The players testing positive has been forced to withdraw from the tournament. But it does seem like the World Chess Federation is hopeful that the event can still go ahead. We're definitely expecting delays to this first round as they figure out whether they can continue. FIDE saying that the opponents of the positive COVID cases has been contacted to go through additional checks to make sure they are COVID free.
Yeah, well, it's quite likely, I mean, that we're going to be seeing a number of COVID tests if people are, if, asymptomatic people are testing today because, I mean, Omicron is so contagious. It wouldn't be surprising if, lots of people who feel completely fine but are taking these tests are going to wind up testing positive anyway. And that would be just so unfortunate for our tournament.
And there's also the question of people who have been in close contact with these positive cases. For instance, we had 12 rounds yesterday. That means 12 of Hikaru Nakamura's opponents, 12 people who played Hikaru Nakamura did have close contact with him. And it remains to be seen whether this tournament can go ahead at all. Because there could be a necessity for precautions on behalf of those players who have been in close contact with the World Chess Federation said. Hikaru Nakamura is not the only one to test positive, so this has huge ramifications for the whole event. We're going to be staying on top of this as we are getting more information from Warsaw, Poland. The most important thing is the first round will be delayed because, this is just a situation that is ongoing and needs to be solved.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're going to be very busy this morning. I don't envy FIDE's position at all and how they're going to handle this. This seems very, very tricky.
And we'll try to find some more information for you, and we're going to take a break in the meantime. Hi everyone, we are here with the World Blitz Championship. I am Jon Ludwig Hammer, this is Arena Crush, and unfortunately the games were supposed to begin right now, but there has been a delay. There have been multiple positive COVID tests, including Hikaru Nakamura, and the World Chess Federation is announcing that the beginning of the round will be postponed by 30 minutes due to additional tests being made to kind of make sure that those who were in close contact with the people who tested positive this morning are okay and have not contracted the disease. So that's what's happening there. And I mean, it's a very serious disease. And you know that firsthand, Irina.
Yeah, I had the luck to contract COVID in the early days of the pandemic in March of 2020. It was so early that I was actually the first person in the hospital they saw with in the hospital I went to that they saw with COVID. And I can tell you a little bit about my story. Of course, I think my experience would be very different these days, and I would certainly approach it differently. And I know much more about how to treat COVID and deal with the inflammation than I did back then. I mean, at that point, I knew nothing. I just thought, okay, I mean, surely this will just get better on its own, like all other diseases do. But on day 5, I of what I had was like mild symptoms of like maybe small temperature, nothing really major. But then on day 5, I realized I couldn't breathe normally. I was doing like a chess lesson, and I could clearly feel that I was out of breath and something was wrong. So I went to an urgent care center, and they didn't even suspect COVID actually because I didn't have the other symptoms. I didn't have the high temperature and I didn't have the cough or anything really. I just couldn't breathe. And so she thought I was in fact like having some kind of blood clots. So she sent me to the emergency room for a CAT scan. And once I did the CAT scan, they said, well, it's a classic COVID. You got COVID pneumonia in both lungs. So they kept me for a couple of days, giving me, throwing everything they could at me, actually. Like they were just giving me some kinds of medicines that they thought might work. They weren't sure, of course. And then they released me in a couple of days because there was just nothing really more they could do for me. I mean, they were just keeping me under observation, so they, might as well send me home. After they sent me home is, of course, when it got, even worse because COVID gets, if you had the kind of thing that I had, it gets worse in the second week, right? As you continue to not be able to breathe and it just compounds. And I went back to the ER 3 more times, and I kept thinking like they would help me. Surely it's, not normal that a person cannot breathe. Um, but there was really nothing they could do. They would just look at my oxygen levels, which were always fine, and they would send me home. Um, so eventually I survived. I realized like, okay, I would be able, I wouldn't die from this thing, but the breathing problems, they continued for a long time. The inflammation across my chest was really severe. And I just wish I had started treatment earlier, I mean, yeah, I have my opinions on on how I would treat myself. Certainly not the zero treatment that I went through in March of 2020.
Okay, so that kind of just emphasizes catching this early on is paramount. And as such, the World Chess Federation is trying to figure out how they can kind of make sure that as few people as possible are sick from this. And I think in Norway, people who had close contact with people who have tested positive, they sometimes have to go into quarantine, sometimes depending on whether they are vaccinated or not. So that could be an additional problem for the this tournament. Right now, it does seem as though they are thinking that it can move forward, but they are taking all extra precautions to make sure that no more positive cases pop up. And yeah, if you're just tuning in, This is the news from Warsaw, Poland. Uh, we have positive cases of COVID among the players. Hikaru Nakamura, one of those, announcing that he unfortunately is sick. The round has been delayed by 30 minutes. And while we wait, we're going to actually go back in time and we're going to look at one of the most dramatic situations from a former championship. It's the Blitz matchup between Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen.
What was unarguably the most talked about game from the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess Championship in Moscow 2019 might actually be one of the only games you remember from the event now more than 4 months ago. The Iranian Alireza Firouzja faced off against the Norwegian World Chess Champion Magnus Carlsen in what was a game that everyone was talking about, not just for the amazing chess that was on the board, but ultimately the appeal, as you see right here, that Alireza Firouzja made later on. We covered it in the news report. And maybe you haven't actually seen live what it was that Magnus Carlsen did at the board that had Alireza feeling justified in making this appeal. We're going to point that out to you, of course, when it happens on the board. As Magnus Carlsen usually does arrive a little bit late to his games, likes to keep his opponents in suspense, Alireza gets buckled up to do his thing, along with, I believe, Yu Yongyi there in the background versus Vladimir Kronmik, and then Vladislav Artemiev facing off against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But with Magnus Carlsen coming to the board and the nerves now building for all of us, along with the young Firouzja, we see them shake hands. Magnus comes to the side and signs in for yet another day's work, as he often does, just doing his thing as the World Chess Champion, a day that ultimately crowned him the World Blitz Champion. But as Magnus takes a seat, we've got a few more seconds. I'm going to preview for you what we're going to talk about as far as the chess moments in the couple extra minutes we have afterwards. Our cameraman on site did such an amazing job getting us extra footage when the controversy started to be discussed. But the moves I'm going to highlight for you that we won't have as much time to do in real fashion are Magnus Carlsen's interesting novelty idea, bishop h6 instead of the previous a5 from Fabiano Caruana. We're going to talk about Alireza's enterprising response to that. And at some point, we're going to jump ahead and show that perhaps if Firouzja had played instead queen c1, but the move 19 bishop takes e6, he might have actually been winning and we may never have had any controversy. Of course, that could also be said for the fact that Magnus Carlsen, instead of playing knight takes e3, keeping the bishop pair, could have played bishop takes e3 and also gone on to win. I'm going to show you all of those moments and more, and I'm going to highlight the fact that I think when Magnus played the move king takes b5, he already smelt potential blood in the water and thought he might have a chance to flag his young opponent. So all of that is to come in this video, but for now, we jump out to a Ruy Lopez mainline variation, nothing fancy to it. The move d6 played gives Firouzja a little bit of a pause, but not much. Of course, it is still pretty common theory. White castles, black plays bishop to d7, and after c3 we get g6. This is the move that really defines this kind of closed structure. Black's taking the extra time to get developed, it's a little bit slow, but ultimately, strategically, perhaps he was hoping to outmaneuver his young opponent in the middle game. Firouzja has already played the move h3, and after knight f6, brings the bishop back to c2. Both sides know what they're doing at this point, so nothing too serious to talk about. Castles and rook to e1. Magnus Carlsen goes for his vintage, grab a piece and twiddle it while I'm pretending that I don't know what to do here. Of course, I know the theory. I'm going to play the move rook to e8. And Firouzja going to give pause before thinking about his very natural Ruy Lopez approach. Of course, the knight coming to d2 ultimately has plans to go as well to f1 and g3, as you do in many Spanish games. Queen to e7. Played by Magnus Carlsen, not necessarily played with the intention of actually opening up the files in these particular structures, because the rook on e1 will win the battery battle, as Firouzja has already played knight f1. But now we see queen f8, the intention of Magnus Carlsen's plan. As I said, queen e7 was not played to open the file, but to go for a novelty idea where the bishop was going to come to h6 and try to trade itself off for the white dark square bishop. This is an idea that hasn't really been tried before, and as I said quickly in the preview, the move a5 was played by Fabiano Caruana in a big event on our own server, actually, chess.com. But Carlsen plays the move bishop h6. He wants to get the dark square bishops off the board. Positionally, it makes a lot of sense. Because this structure often remains closed, that bishop can be a very dubious piece. So this interesting idea, unfortunately for Carlsen, is not met with favor. Firouzja says, you know what, I agree with you. Getting rid of that bishop will be an improvement for you given the dark square close structure. So I'm going to put my knight on g5 and deny you that opportunity. This is the first moment in the game that really gives either player a true think. Here we see Magnus grab the piece to fiddle that I think this time actually does have him trying to go into his thought process of how do I want to approach this surprising move. The move on knight to g5 not only denies the dark square bishop trade, but also opens up queen to f3 to hit a now undefended piece. This is a key point to highlight now because I'm going to come back to it later on. It may indeed have been the key tactic that Firouzja himself underestimated as a potential opportunity in his position. But Carlsen is stuck because the whole maneuver of queen f8, bishop h6 was designed for this trade to happen, and with that not being an option, it's unclear whether those pieces are ideally placed. Natural moves like bringing the rooks over in these positions can be very dangerous to the coming threats. Because of that, Carlsen, as you saw, just played the move knight to d8, an exclamation point move given by Grandmaster Dejan Boykov over in the Chess.com news report, because it overprotects f7 and is already meeting, if you will, the move bishop b3 with an okay defensive setup. However, after the move knight to e6, blocking the attack of the f7 pawn and offering more trades over here, trying to force his diagonal open, is Magnus. Firouzja is still stubborn, doesn't want to trade dark square bishops. Plays h4 to reinforce his knight on g5 rather than settle on a trade or a retreating move that will give Magnus his goal. Rook to d8 now played. As I said, the natural maneuvers make a little more sense with the pieces in play. Bishop to e3 to reinforce the center. The move bishop to g7. Carlsen finally realizes he no longer has any real chances probably of getting this knight to blink, so why keep the bishop staring there? Note that trading would never be something in the favor, because where does this knight go? If it comes to h5, we simply trade and win a pawn. And of course, trading with the knight would have only allowed a fork of these two pieces. So, just to point out the obvious and why bishop g7 was played, and why after h5, Firouzja was already kind of feeling the love of his position. Carlsen brings the bishop back to h6, and this is the moment, as I highlighted earlier, where Firouzja could have struck gold. Instead of the move queen to c1, which he's about to play, the move bishop takes e6 was a brilliant one. After bishop takes queen f3, black's pieces are actually overloaded. If you defend the knight with the queen, I take here, and your bishop has been left behind by the queen. If you move the knight to safety, I trap your bishop. If you take, obviously this has devastating consequences in terms of opening the black king, which makes me realize that probably if the capture was made, black would have had to have taken with the pawn, and after d takes, and just about any queen move to get her off of the file, black is positionally in a terrible spot with these horrible, apparently I'm tongue-twisted, doubled e-pawns. So I was surprised that a lot of people didn't point that out, and instead, after queen to c1, it was thought that, well, maybe this is the right approach from Firouzja, but indeed, bishop takes e6, having analyzed it with the engine, was a chance for a win. After the move knight to g4 was played, we've already seen the trade on e6 occur, and f takes e6, Firouzja going into a bit of a think before playing rook f1. Now, if I'm highlighting that Firouzja could have avoided the later controversy if he had found bishop takes e6, it's only fair to also highlight that Magnus Carlsen could have avoided the controversy if he hadn't played the move knight takes e3, which was bad. Bishop takes e3 I'm going to analyze real quick, because after f takes queen h6, a brilliant inchworm, queen to g5 followed by queen h4 would have actually led to a devastating attack against Firouzja, and I think the world champion would have made quick work of his young 16-year-old opponent. Unfortunately for Magnus, he actually was too biased to the bishop pair here and wanted to keep that bishop on the board, so as we've already seen, he traded with the knight, and after the move queen to e7 and the trade on g6, which has already occurred, we are now caught up to the live position where queen to d2 was met with e takes d4. C takes d4 is played, and it's understandable why Magnus might have preferred this position. He does have the bishop here. You're looking at dark square pressure and a potentially weak king on the dark squares. And regardless of the fact that those who know the game well, you might already know that Firouzja was eventually the one pushing for a win, Carlsen is better here. And king g7, unfortunately, the slow approach misses his chance to press. Queen g5 with the double attack on the dark squares, followed by bringing every piece to be traded on the f-file, actually would have greatly overwhelmed white and might have actually been another chance for Carlsen to be the clear victor instead of the controversial victor that we saw later on. But we continue here with trades in rook f8 before queen to c3 found by Firouzja, which is a bit of a shot there in the dark. You can see Magnus's kind of head nod, often something he says, body language, usually something he wears on his chest. and the piece fiddled there. I don't think he saw this idea, and I think he gets a little bit frustrated by the fact that it's clearly a double attack against the king and the pawn on c7. He settles on c6, which makes sense, and at this point I think black was still the one potentially a little bit better. But after the move about to be played by Firouzja, which is knight f1, I think here is where Carlsen overestimates the potential pressure of the queen when he settles on the move e5 you're about to see. One of the main points is that white is never really threatening to open this up. When doing so would actually eventually open up dark squares for this bishop, and I think would lead to a position that's better for black. So e5, as the computers suggest, was actually a small mistake, and it's exactly the blunder that after the trade and the move queen to c4 you're about to see that led to these light square problems. Suddenly Jay-Z's got 99 of them, and Magnus is in trouble. So whether e5 was a horrible blunder or really it's just this move queen f6 instead of queen g7, as Dejan Boykov correctly analyzed, the bottom line is either way, he's suddenly in huge trouble here after the move queen b4 check. We see Carlsen get frustrated before playing c5. With the loud sort of clock slam, we are moments away from what ultimately was the controversial moment. After the check here and the queen captures the pawn, it was this moment right here and the words whispered by Magnus that ultimately led to the controversy and the challenge that we foreshadowed in the beginning of the video. More on that later. The queen trade, and we see all the blunders have led to an endgame where only white can be winning. Carlsen correctly transitions into an opposite code bishop affair where you often have your best drawing chances. But the moves here are now going to come pretty fast and furious, so I'm going to do my best to keep up, providing little bits of insights as I can. Stick around because all the things we've already touched on that we didn't get to, I promise to deliver with analysis on those moments when this game concludes. What we do see here, though, is pretty good technique from the youngster. He balances both sides of the board. Even the move king f2 that ultimately comes back this way shows that he's trying to create threats of passed pawns and king entry everywhere. The king comes up, we play g4, that pawn being knocked over might be a little bit of a foreshadowing of something to come, both in terms of the fact that it was knocked over and the politeness in which Firouzja showed to reset the pawn up before hitting the clock. Again, more on that later. King to g6 shows that Carlsen is in big trouble. The b pawn combined with the king targeting things over here ultimately leads to some bad news. And again, here we see the pawn being slipped from what I believe was a very nervous Firouzja's hands, understandably so. But right here, right now, the move bishop d2, pointed out as a blunder by some, I think was actually Carlsen really calling the kid's bluff. Firouzja needed to find king f7. Again, I'm going to show that later. Instead, he doesn't, and takes the bait that the pawn was actually attacked. But now in the time scramble, we're going to see that Carlsen blockading the dark squares ends up confusing the youngster just enough where you wouldn't call it now that he's about to lose on time, but if you look at the body language of the players and how much more time, just a second extra that he's taking on every move is really going to, oh, and there it is. It's leading to the nerves that comes out, and after king g4, we see the drama is real, the table is slammed, and the arbiter has set up the pieces, wait for it, in a draw according to the DGT board, and we see Magnus Carlsen is actually not happy about that. Now, as we see them debating this, I'm going to provide a little bit of insight into what you see on the board, the kings being put on these two squares, and why the controversial debates already started getting crazy. The kings being there represents a draw to the DGT board. That's what the arbiter was claiming. Magnus knows his rules, and his immediate sort of frustration with that ruling, we can see, is what led me to believe that he already knew he had a chance to flag Alireza as far back as perhaps this move. I'm going to show it right now, the move king takes b5, rather than trying to maybe sit tight on the blockade. I think he knew that with some tough questions, the kid might use more time than he should have. The next few moves, yes, you could argue that bishop to c3 is the best blockading move, but white is still winning with best play. So I actually think this move bishop to d2, again, calling the kid's bluff, making him think his pawn is hanging when actually, after bishop d2, the move king f7 would be winning on the spot, sacrificing the bishop and going into a winning king and pawn ending. And again, a lot of this is speculation. I admit I've now watched this 17-minute video probably many more times than I should have, given that, you know, I'm supposed to be getting paid to do other things. But hey, you know what? We're here. And I actually think that Carlsen knew very well that if this game led to a loss on time for Firouzja, that he wins in that call, Just because there's opposite code bishops on the board and no other mating material does not mean that according to the FIDE bylaws, black isn't winning. In fact, he's right. What you'll find out later on in the news report, or what you did find out later on in the news report, was that the FIDE ruling says as long as there's, in theory, a possible checkmate, then the game can be deemed a win, despite not having what is considered theoretical mating material. So, in the end, with much time, we see Firouzja is getting that explained to him right now. He actually did make the right call, meaning the arbiter, as I'm saying, with more time, eventually makes the right call. Firouzja kind of laughs it off now, but later we know he was super frustrated. Now, what exactly was the chess moment that deeply frustrated Firouzja? That moment we saw earlier at about the 10-minute and 31-second mark, where Magnus Carlsen, I don't think, was whispering sweet nothings to Firouzja in terms of his frustration with the position, but actually maybe letting his feelings show about what he knew was happening. After the move Queen f6 was played, and as I highlighted, e5 was really maybe the blunderous start to that plan. It was this combination that picks up the b7 pawn and ultimately the c5 pawn, this moment, that had Magnus very frustrated and saying whatever it was he did. That was later, of course, appealed to and overruled as if it is the case that your opponent is distracting you, which is what Firouzja tried to claim. He should have made that claim in the moment. How the arbiters would have ruled, no one really knows. People almost never make claims in the moment despite their opponent cursing under their breath, because frankly, Magnus Carlsen's a competitor and he was frustrated, and it's understandable that he may have been a little bit upset. Whether it's right to say something and say it out loud is another case, but either way, if you're frustrated about something your opponent is doing, you have to claim it in the moment, which of course Firouzja did not. Now, what I was saying about what I think Magnus Carlsen did back here, rather than settling on the passive blockade, but starting to sense his young opponent's nerves, playing the aggressive king takes b5, and then the aggressive maneuver of the bishop to d2. Again, looking at it, knowing that there was an opportunity to get your opponent to try to overthink it, I think Carlsen did just that, capitalized on the fact that Firouzja was unable to find king f7 with no time on his clock, and knew what he was doing to get the victory. Now, I want to show you some of the actual chess here, as a lot was being debated. In this particular position, with about a minute to go here, in this particular position, I want to show that Firouzja's best chance at a win was actually right here, instead of the move king to g4, but with the move g6. The point is the threat of g7 would force bishop to e5, and now king h6, followed by a sacrifice of the e-pawn, would have actually led to a win. What's funny to know is that the final position is actually a draw now if Carlsen has the right technique. The reason is that if you ever play g6 now, the bishop can come back to h6 and hold all the dark squares, and there's no way in. And if you try to bring the king in, the point is that the bishop can actually, I'm going to show it this way, if you try to bring the king in, either way, king f5 or king h5, the bishop can go to the diagonal just in time, and if you ever push, the bishop goes here, and if you ever try to lead with the king, the bishop goes back to d2. So, in the final position, Magnus Carlsen had actually held a draw, or depending on how you want to see it, Alireza Firouzja had missed a win. But regardless of that, the position is claimed a win for Magnus Carlsen because of the loss on time. Now again, that all happened because of Firouzja doing the right thing. I want to point that out. Whenever you make a move that knocks down a piece, you should set it up before you hit the clock. However, as many players who played over the board Blitz will attest to, that's not always the thing that's done. Many times people make moves, they knock pieces over, and then they set them up on their opponent's clock. Highlighting that Firouzja did the right thing and that setting up this king before hitting the clock lost him the game only makes this defeat that much more of a nightmare, I guess you will, for Firouzja, and perhaps that much more of a reason why he will remember this battle in future Blitz affairs versus Magnus Carlsen. So, hope you enjoyed this video. Again, we tried to highlight all the different crazy, critical chess that happened, as well as the controversy. Give us a like, give us a share, and let us know if we brought you any new insights into a game that surely you had already seen, but now maybe you have a little bit more knowledge of what exactly was the moment that led to the controversial appeal from Firouzja, as well as what the chess was telling us on the board throughout that time scramble. So thanks for tuning in, and more from the chess.com Blitz archives coming your way soon. You can click on either of the videos in front of you if you're really into these types of videos, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm with Irina Krush. We were supposed to be talking about the games going on in the World Blitz Championship. Unfortunately, the round has been delayed. The World Chess Federation saying they are expecting a 30-minute delay, but that was 30 minutes ago, and we can see there are still no one but the referees present in the venue. So let's recap what has happened today. The first news that came out was that Hikaru Nakamura tweeted an hour ago that he wasn't feeling that well before the Rapid, had a negative test, and after talking with the World Chess Federation, it was decided that he could go ahead and play. Unfortunately, after having had an additional test today, he has tested positive and he cannot finish the tournament. And with this news coming out from Nakamura, the World Chess Federation came in to announce that there have been positive COVID tests among the players. In fact, the new information in this tweet was that Hikaru Nakamura is not the only one. A couple of positive COVID tests is the quote from the World Chess Federation. They continued a couple of minutes later to say that the round was 30 minutes delayed. However, that was some time ago. And it does appear that additional delays are happening right now as decisions are being made as to whether the tournament can continue or what precautions has to be taken before we can move forward. So those are the news coming in from Warsaw, Poland, where this event is being held. And Irina, you normally play in these events, but you're not playing this year.
Yeah, you're right. I really love the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and I played in two recent editions of the event in 2017 in Saudi Arabia and in 2019 in Moscow. And so it has always been quite a trek for me to get to those places across the ocean. But this event is special for me, and I really like to close out my year by playing there. It's just a lot of fun, actually. And yeah, one of the reasons I'm not playing, really, it's the main reason. It's just kind of the situation in the world right now. All the trickiness with travel regulations, with testing, and this sort of situation that is happening with this uncertainty, with someone testing positive, having to maybe go into quarantine, not being able to get home or finish the tournament. I mean, this is kind of what the risk that now you take upon yourself when you travel. And so, yeah, it's sadly why I decided not to go and play this year. And of course, I felt certainly some regret as I'm watching, these players play chess. Although I have really, enjoyed commentating with you, Yoon. And so that's been a great kind of consolation for me. By the way, I see players actually arriving at the board. I mean, Jansaya Abdulmalik is sitting there with Valentina Gunina, and I saw Bibisara Asobayeva, who is leading the women's. She was walking around the playing hall. So it does seem, wow, like there's a lot of players sitting at their boards and ready to play, which is a good sign for those of us who are hoping this tournament can continue.
So it does seem like the venue is filling up. And as such, we might be getting ready for the 13th round in the open section. It's the 10th round in the women's. And that being the case, we need to have a bit of a reminder about the standings and the situation there. The pairings, of course, I would expect to be changed, considering that one of the people way up on the boards were Hikaru Nakamura. So Nakamura will not be able to continue this event, and as such, I'm expecting the pairings to change, reflecting who has been deemed unable to continue. However, the standings, nothing can change the standings, the scores from yesterday. And on top, after day one, it's Levon Avronyan is in one of his first tournaments representing the U.S. Chess Federations, having made the change from Armenia earlier this year. In second place, the number one African player, Bassem Amin of Egypt.
Yes, and then we got Parham Makhsoodloo from Iran. He climbed up very high in the standings. We haven't actually seen his games, but he's a well-known young player from Iran who is pushing this 2700 level. And right below him, we got the Russian Vladimir Fedoseev, who's been playing on the top boards all day yesterday. Javohir Sindorov, the 16-year-old from Uzbekistan, losing a couple of games there towards the end, but still very high in the standings, as well as Magnus Carlsen is on this score group, and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And moving over to the women's section, number one from Kazakhstan, the silver medalist in the Rapid Championship. She's having an amazing week. It's Bibisara Azaubayeva, and she's being chased by another surprising person in the top three. It's Vaishali from India, who actually has a grandmaster brother, and now she's the one in the spotlight, having the being able to potentially take first place if she can defeat Azaubayeva in this round.
Yeah, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk is on 7 out of 9. It's been a great comeback for her after starting the Blitz tournaments by losing her first round game, and then she later lost again to Azaubayeva. But she's really close actually to, to fighting for the lead in this tournament. I notice on the screen in the playing hall, players have gotten up from their boards who were previously sitting down, and it seems like they're leaving maybe even the playing hall.
So it does look like there will be additional postponements. If you're just joining us, there are positive cases of COVID being detected among the players. Hikaru Nakamura announcing that he unfortunately has tested positive and has to withdraw from the event. So that's an ongoing situation here from Warsaw, Poland, hosting the World Blitz Championship. And we're going to be coming back to you with more information as we're receiving it right now. It does seem as though additional postponements need to be made. In fact, I'm getting information that another 30 minutes, they have to have another 30 minutes before continuing the event. And we're back with the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludvig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Krush, and we have big news coming out of Warsaw, Poland. There has been positive COVID tests among the participants. Hikaru Nakamura, the first one to release this information an hour and 15 minutes ago. He said that he wasn't feeling that well before the Rapid tournament, but he got tested negative, and after talking to the World Chess Federation, he decided to go ahead and play the event. However, today he has taken an additional test which came back positive, and that means Hikaru Nakamura has had to withdraw from the event, and he's not the only one. The World Chess Federation coming out with more information 15 minutes after Hikaru, saying that, quote, a couple of COVID tests have come out as a positive, meaning that those players will have to withdraw from the tournament. And right now we are experiencing delays as additional precautions are being made to ensure the health and safety of the participants. And Hikaru Nakamura, he was he has had these concerns previously as well, because he chose not to participate in the Grand Swiss tournament in Riga previously, quoting that his concern for the virus influenced his decision.
Yes, Hikaru was one of the players who withdrew last minute from the Grand Swiss in Riga that was supposed to take place right after the US Championship. And I have to say, I feel like Hikaru got a little bit unlucky with this whole COVID situation because he had declined to play the US Championship in order to be able to play the Grand Swiss. Those two events were held basically one right after the other. And so he prioritized the Grand Swiss only to find out that they were the country of Latvia was putting in all these extra COVID regulations and restrictions, and he decided just not to go there. And then he, goes to this tournament in Poland, and here runs into another COVID problem, which is not going to allow him to finish the tournament. I mean, it is really bad luck, I think, for Hikaru in this regard.
And other top players are not participating in this tournament as well. The whole Chinese team is not in Poland competing. Probably because of taking precautions. Also not in Poland is Wesley So, who has not been traveling during this pandemic at all. So really bad luck there for Hikaru, that he gets infected basically on his first travel for this whole pandemic year and a half. Initially, the World Chess Federation said that we would have a 30-minute delay for the round. We were getting optimistic that the tournament could continue as players were sitting down on their boards. But some 15 minutes ago, we could see that even though everyone was gathering and getting ready for the round, another announcement was made that they needed an additional 30 minutes to get ready and make decisions for this round, with everyone at the venue leaving their seats and leaving the tournament hall. So that is the information we have right now. The tournament has been delayed until the top of the hour. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the pre-tournament favorites, have had to withdraw. And we will be coming back to you as we have more information on this developing story after a break. Hey everyone, this is the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. This is Arena Crush. And right now we have an ongoing situation in Warsaw, Poland, with players testing positive for the COVID virus. And the first one to break this news was Hikaru Nakamura, who 1.5 hours ago tweeted that he has tested positive and will have to withdraw from the event. The World Chess Federation followed up 15 minutes later, saying that not only has Hikaru Nakamura tested positive, they are saying a couple of COVID tests has come back positive, and that the players with the positive tests will have to withdraw from the tournament. And the opponents of these players are now going through additional checkups. The World Chess Federation announcing that there will be delays because of this. The delay now at 55 minutes and counting. It's caused by the fact that they're trying to figure out, making sure that all the players who have played against a positive COVID case can be tested with these rapid response COVID tests. And we have, as an example of how many players now has to be tested, we're going to look at the opponents Hikaru Nakamura has faced during these 4 days of competition. There was 12 rounds of Blitz chess yesterday, in addition to 13 rounds of rapid the 3 days prior to that. And on the left-hand side is Hikaru's opponents in the Blitz from yesterday. On the right side, his 13 opponents in the rapid, including the current champion, Magnus Carlsen. All of these people will now have to be tested to make sure that health is being prioritized and that we can, in fact, continue this event.
Yeah, I really don't envy FIDE. They're in a very tough spot here trying to figure out how to make this event continue. It seems like, they are committed to having the day of chess go on, after all of the testing is completed. So hopefully, I'm sure for all the chess fans who have woken up early this morning in the United States and this hemisphere, and also, of course, in Europe in the middle of the day, that we are going to be able to see some chess today.
And right now, the pictures from the venue, it's no players sitting down. Well, actually, I have spoken too soon because we see players now arriving into the venue. It seems like the go-ahead is being expected. And that we will be getting the games starting at the top of the hour. So that, I guess, is the breaking news right now, that it does seem as though we're going to be seeing some Blitz chess today.
Yes, FIDE was one of the first, major sports organizations that, was bringing live events back. And it kind of surprised me when they put on the World Cup in the summer in Sochi. I mean, because that's such a large tournament with hundreds of players from all over the world flying in, but they pulled it off pretty much with very little hiccups. I mean, there was an issue of Fabiano Caruana's opponent from Indonesia testing positive for COVID. Fabiano was allowed to continue the event. His opponent was, sent to quarantine and finished the event there. But overall, with an event with hundreds of players, I mean, that they pulled it off with so few problems was pretty impressive to me. And, they've just been committed to bringing back over the board chess. It is very difficult these days, and there is always a risk that something like this can happen. But I think it's a good thing for the chess world that we have an organization that wants to keep putting on events.
And in the frame right now, coming in on your screen, it's the top table of this tournament. Bassem Amin, the top player from Africa, he will have the white pieces, having a half a point less than Levon Aronian, who has the black pieces. Levon Aronian getting up right now. But it does seem as though we're getting ready to get the round underway. Let's try to do a quick recap of the situation with the standings and pairings, because I have been frantically trying to update the pairings to see if the pairings have been changed on account of this new situation. As we can see, Avronian and Bassem Amin in the lead. But as far as I can tell, the pairings have not been changed. And looking at the open section and the expected top matchups there, Hikaru Nakamura has been forced to withdraw from the event. So it does seem that if the pairings are not changed, that Daniil Dubov will actually get a forfeit victory if the pairings are not changed.
Yeah, that's going to be a really important 1 free points for him, being that he's at 8.5 points and playing on board 3. So, well, I mean, I think that would be actually extremely funny, given that he also gave up a point through forfeit in the first round of this Blitz tournament. He actually got a 0 for not showing up on time for round 1, and for him to get that point back against, you know, a strong player like Hikaru Nakamura, that would be well, I mean, it would be interesting. Let's put it that way.
So here we see in the frame Daniil Dubov with the white pieces. He has no opponent. He's basically just sitting here, and once the clocks start, it will probably be confirmed that he's getting a free point here. But that also means that we don't really know what those other positive the positive COVID tests are, seeing as how the pairings have not removed those players. So we will be coming back with that information when we have it. On the screen right now is Magnus Carlsen arriving for his game against the number 1 now number 1 Iranian player, Parham Maghsoodlou. But up until recently, of course, Alireza Firouzja was representing Iran as their top player. There seems to be no end to the drama in the chess world, does it?
Yeah, that's right. COVID has definitely introduced a lot of drama. You know, the Cairns Cup was supposed to be held in St. Louis in February, and that is one of the top events for female players in the world, sponsored by the Sync Fields. And unfortunately, that event was postponed as well, just because COVID is making it very tricky these days to hold international events. So the games
and here we see Daniil Dubov making his first move and then stepping away from the board. Hikaru Nakamura is not there, so Dubov will win that game on time in 3 minutes. But a board where there's actually being games played on with both players present. That is Magnus Carlsen against Parham Maghsoodlou.
Yes, and we have a French defense, advanced French, that Carlsen has chosen, and Maghsoodlou is getting the trade of the light squared bishops, which in general is a desirable thing for black to achieve in the French defense, given that bishop is usually quite restricted. Something very strange has happened with black retreating the bishop all the way to f8, where he had just been developed from.
And right now, Magnus is pushing his pawns forward on the left side, trying to chase that black queen. Right now, that queen is pointing down towards the f1 square, which means white is not allowed to castle if the king then has to cross over a square that's being controlled by the opponent. So Magnus is trying to kick the queen away.
Where is he going to move the queen? I think probably c4 is an obvious square, and then Magnus is going to have to figure out how to get rid of that queen in order to be able to castle. So my suggestion is, well, maybe bishop d4 and knight a3, moving that queen over. You want the c3 pawn protected before you attack the queen. You could consider sacking the pawn, but then you'd have to do some calculation. Actually, probably a good idea. Maybe queen c4, knight d2, but okay, Maghsoodlou moved his queen back. He didn't want to face the prospect of his queen getting attacked.
And that has allowed Magnus now to castle his king, get that guy to safety, while Black still has not developed the pieces on the king side. So Black's king not looking great in terms of getting to safety anytime soon.
Yeah, Black is way behind in development. I mean, the whole back rank is just sitting there. And so actually, I really don't like the way this is going for Maksudlu. I mean, all that Carlsen is going to need to do is open up some files here in the middle of the board.
And the question is, how is Magnus going to open up so that his rooks can invade? One option pushing forward on the right side, the other one pushing forward in the middle. Magnus chooses not the latter. He doesn't do any of them. Instead, he's playing a restricting move. His pawn forward, taking control of two important squares, which coincidentally are both those squares the Black Knight wanted to use.
Yes, and so Maksudlu moved his queen over to c7 to allow the knight to be developed from d7. And yeah, Carlsen, the questions for him, how does he get that c4 move in? I'm sure that's what he's thinking about. That's such a desirable move for white to play. It's a backwards pawn anyway, so you'd like to get rid of it, and you'd love to open up the c file.
And Magnus chooses to move his knight forward, getting ready to push that pawn, like Irina said. And Maksudlu getting his knight out, getting the pieces into the game.
Yes, and now Magnus surely must be thinking about playing c4, even though it is a pawn sacrifice, then going rook c1. Now Maksudlu on from his end wants to play his knight to b6 and try to control that square. And Carlsen, I believe, just stopped that with his last move. Oh, he played c4 actually.
Yeah, so Magnus is pushing forward, trying to exploit the fact that Black's king is still stuck in the center. This is a pawn sacrifice of the pawn on c4, but it's also a sacrifice of the pawn in the middle of the board. And Magnus using his rook to try and point down towards the Black queen. This looks very dire for the Iranian player.
Yeah, if he goes knight b6, then Carlsen has pawn to a5, chasing away the knight. And instead of that, Maksudlu pushed his c-pawn, and I guess Carlsen will be probably putting his knight on e4 in the beautiful square in the middle of the board, trying to head towards d6 and also attacking the c3 pawn.
No! He makes a pawn sacrifice instead, a second one during the course of very few moves. Magnus Carlsen moving his pawn forward on a square that's being protected by three black pieces, despite white not having any control there whatsoever. The reasoning is that it's not about this b6 square at all. It's in fact about the b5 square where the pawn was previously located. That square has now been vacated for white's knight, who's going to come in and attack the queen, and when the queen moves, the knight is going to come in and start attacking the king instead. That is a winning move from Magnus Carlsen, making two pawn sacrifices in a row.
That is such a beautiful move, absolutely. Very surprising for Maksudlu, who just plunged into thought. I mean, he obviously hadn't seen that move, neither did I. And that knight b5 maneuvers, it just matters that you're getting a tempo on the queen, because the move that I was thinking about, knight e4, was a little too slow for this purpose. But yeah, Magnus has an overwhelming position now.
Maksudlu tries to take the pawn in the middle, but the white knights are coming in to attack that black queen. And look at these knights having a field day, making their way in towards the black king. Maksudlu is defenseless. Yes, he does get the trade of queens, but then I expect Magnus to start creating problems with his knights. Magnus doesn't even have to take back Black's queen in this moment. He can move his knight forward and start giving checks on the Black king. And Magnus is taking his time now to consider that.
Yeah, I think every check that white was thinking about on c7 or d6, they all looked winning. You know, to your point about Magnus's beautiful knights, he also had a game yesterday against Kabalia from the Caro-Kann defense that I took a look at after our day ended, and he also had those beautiful knights.
Yeah, and now those knights might decide this game. Magnus having a devastating attack against the Black King, despite the queens being traded off. And Magnus now completing this attack, showcasing that you don't need queens to win chess games. Magsudlu now, the knight is being threatened, and there was too many pieces threatening it. Magnus has been able to win that piece, and in addition now he's going to have a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen, and Magnus gets rid of the dangerous black pawn as well. Magsudlu resigns the game. A dominating display from Magnus Carlsen, defeating his opponent who were ahead of him in the standings. As the players discuss what went on in those complications, we're going to be moving over to Levon Avronian, the leader of this tournament, facing off against the second placed player, Bassem Amin. And Levon Avronian right now with one extra pawn in a rook endgame, he's looking very good to extend his lead.
Yeah, not only he has a better an extra pawn, but he also has a better pawn structure, a great rook on d5, and white just has so many weaknesses with his pawns that I think this win should not be very problematic for black. He's actually threatening to go king c7, king b6, king b5, and position his king to attack the pawn on b4. Although he goes for a different plan, he just goes for the plan of trading those pawns and creating the passed b pawn. Looks pretty good too.
Yeah, that pawn is being pushed up the board, supported by the king as it moves forward. Avronian making sure that his rook protects the pawn on the right-hand side, and he's going to try to use these pawns on the queen side to win the game, and he's going to be successful with that. But Bassem Amin, there's nothing he can do. This pawn is just making its way forward, supported by the king, stepping up as well. Avronian, he's going to win this game. And considering that both of his main opponents, Magsudlu and Bassem Amin, are now losing, that means Avronian is going to have a huge lead in this tournament. That could have been maybe the championship game right there. I'm getting ahead of myself, of course, because there are another 8 rounds remaining, but a huge victory there for Avronian. And also those players discussing the game after the fact, as we are getting news in from the World Chess Organization about the ongoing problem of positive COVID cases among the participants. We see here that they confirmed there were 3 positive COVID cases, but everyone who played against these 3 players yesterday have been tested, and those tests have come back negative, and that means we can continue our event, where we're now watching Jan Krzysztof Duda having to deal with a rook and a queen pointing in towards the white king. There's no way to defend that position, and Duda, a former silver medalist in this Blitz championship, he's gonna lose this game against the promising youngster Marit. Sorry, you'll do the names.
Martirosyan.
Of Armenia.
Yes, that's right. I mean, if he blocks with rook f3, the simplest thing black can do is just trade the rooks and then win white's queen with rook a3, and that's the end of the game. We also have some big results in the women's side. Asobayeva, the leader, just like Aronian, she continues her winning ways against Vaishali of India. Alexandra Kostyanyuk's comeback to the top of the table has been stopped for now by Humpy Koneru. So those are the big results on the women's side.
And we'll get back to those results after a break. The World Blitz Championship, even though it has been delayed by an hour, it is now underway with the exciting final rounds. We're going to take a break and be back with the updated results and standings. Hey everyone, this is the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Crush, and these are the results from the open section. And it's big results for Levon Avronian, who wins with the black pieces on the first board, and two of his biggest opponents, Amin and Maksudoglu, have been defeated. And that actually means that Avronian has a big lead in the standings. However, one of the other results to note is that Dubov has beaten Nakamura, but through no fault of Nakamura himself. This is the news that came out 2 hours ago, as Hikaru Nakamura tweeted that he has tested positive for the COVID virus and he will not be able to finish the tournament.
Yeah, so Aronian extends his lead. He has 11 points out of 13, and he's currently a point and ahead against of his closest competition, which includes Magnus Carlsen, who goes to 9.5 points. So Magnus is certainly not doing badly, but he's 1.5 points behind Aronian, and those two still have to play in this event because they did play in the Rapid, which Carlsen won, but they have not yet faced off in the Blitz. So that's a game that we can still look forward to.
In fact, it's probably going to be the game of this next round because Carlsen, he played with the white pieces now, of Avronian with the black pieces. It's a perfect fit for probably what is the most important game of the tournament. If Carlsen can win that, he's gonna cut down on Avronian's lead. But however, if Avronian can win, he's just gonna increase his lead enormously.
It's under the blanket next to
So here we go with
the
the women's section, and the results we have coming in there from the from Azaubayeva, who has managed to win her game in the important top billing.
Yeah, so Bayeva is also extending her lead. I mean, she took down her closest competitor, Vaishali, who was 0.5 point behind her. Now that's going to be 1.5 points behind her. Now, there are some people who are still close on her heels, and that is Humpy Koneru, who won. And Humpy is now going to be in second place behind Baby Sara. And those two, as far as I know, have not played yet either.
So here we are with those standings. We're expecting every round to start at the half-hour mark, meaning we have another 8 minutes until the next one. We're going to take a short break and then come back with the pairings and what we're expecting if the computers make their calculations. We're expecting them to find out that we're going to have the biggest matchup in the tournament. It's Levon Avronian on a huge lead, probably facing Magnus Carlsen. We'll know when we're back after a break. Welcome back. We're here with the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Krush, and we're looking forward now to one of the biggest matchups of the day and, well, of the entire tournament. It's Levon Avronian trying to... Oh, actually, he's not playing against Carlsen. He is now trying to defend his lead against Erigaisi of India. While Carlsen is playing the Armenian we just saw taking down Jan Krzysztof Duda. But considering the fact that Avronian is doing so well, we may have to look at whether he can extend his lead in this round. And the players are getting ready for the round. We're expecting it to start in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we got Erigaisi facing off against Aronian. Erigaisi, we watched him play against Carlsen yesterday, and we were very impressed in how he saved a somewhat challenging endgame with little time against Carlsen. So that's a player that we should not underestimate, despite the fact that he is not as well known. In fact, I mean, do you see that he has a higher Blitz rating than Levon Aronian? I see on chess results that he has rated 2765 in Blitz. That is a huge, and well, I think we know why he has that high rating based on his games. We got interesting pairings a little bit down the line. We got a big one, Nepomniachtchi versus Grishuk, two friends from the Russian team, and with two more friends, Karyakin versus Mamedyarov. I know those two don't like to play against each other, so it'll be interesting to see how their game finishes on board 8. Meanwhile, going over to the women's side, we've got Asobayeva versus Konero. That's a huge, huge matchup because who is going to stop Asobayeva?
And actually, if she wins that game against Konero, she will get a big lead in the standings. So actually, I am of the opinion that that should be our main game of the round as Avronian's opponents, Erigaisi, sits down at the board. We can spot behind them still in the... Oh, actually, unfortunately, I'm getting information right now that we have no camera on the first board in the women's section. So I guess we're going to be staying here with Avronian to see if he can continue his winning ways. Now with 1.5 point lead. That is massive for him as he starts with a London opening.
That is right. That's an opening that is very popular at the top levels, especially for Rapid and Blitz chess. So it is never really a surprise when we see this in high-level tournaments these days. And Magnus Carlsen is one of the players that has actually done a lot to popularize the London opening.
So here, an interesting decision early on from Levon Avronian. He chooses to voluntarily give himself these doubled pawns, 2 pawns where the one in front is kind of blocking the one behind. On the other hand, Avronian is taking very good control over the central squares with this pawn formation.
Yeah, he's got great control over the center. And I mean, he's got his eye on the e5 square for his knight one day, and this is why Erigaisi moved his queen back to c7 and not a square like d7. He didn't want his queen to get attacked. And Aronian just needs to castle. I believe that will be his next move in this position.
And well, a relay error here, unfortunately. It's corrected immediately. Aronian did not mouse slip his king. There are fewer mouse slips in real life chess than on the internet. He did in fact move his king 2 steps to the right, and Erigaisi responding by offering a queen trade.
Yeah, interesting. I guess white is counting on his space advantage in this position because certainly black is very solid, but white's pawns are on the 4th rank. They might be pushing towards e5, that pawn. That's certainly an idea. And there's also constantly an idea of knight a4, but it's not so dangerous for now because black can move their queen to a5.
So I'm going to say I really like Erigaisi's position. I don't like the fact that Avronian has given himself these doubled pawns. I feel like they can be a weakness in the long term.
Yeah, black definitely doesn't want to trade on e4 and undouble those pawns because then white would have an edge. So Aronian plays rook b1, I think a very logical move, and I've been thinking about this plan with b4 and then either knight a4 at some point or just b4, b5.
And Erigaisi tries to stop this by placing his queen on that b4 square, preventing white's pawn from moving forward, but also forcing the exchange of queens. I don't understand how that could come as a surprise for Aronian. That was obviously what the Indian player was wanting to do. And Aronian actually allowing a second pair of pawns to be doubled. Aronian is saying that go ahead, trade queens. Yes, I'm getting doubled pawns, but I'm also opening up for my rooks pointing down the board.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all that Erigaisi decided not to trade on a3. He doesn't need to. He's got that queen trapped, and so he's just going to be improving his position. You can see that Aronian is getting ready for the end game as he's bringing his king towards the center.
And now that trade has been made. Aronian now saddled with two doubled pawns. One of them on the side of the board, the other two in the middle. The advantage of this strategy is that he has his rooks pointing down towards black's positions.
Yeah, and it's undoubtedly black's pawn structure is a lot more solid, and Erigaisi is playing quite quickly and confidently. On the other hand, his knight on a6 is a little bit out of position. It currently cannot really move off the side of the board. So, his decision to capture on a3, it's something that can be debated.
Yeah, no, actually, I thought this was going to be a really, really good position for the Indian player, but we can see the eval bar on the left side having more white than black, saying that Aronian has a slight advantage despite those glaring weaknesses with the pawn formation.
And Aronian is saying with his last move that he wants to double up on the b file and pressure the exposed pawn on b7. That is going to be quite annoying for black to defend because no one wants to just keep their rooks passive defending their weak pawns. And Erigaisi goes knight d7, probably with the idea at some point to play b6.
So he's trying to make exchanges, but in doing that, he's being forced to move his pieces back. We're approaching the stage of the game where both players have just over 1 minute on the clock. This is where all the drama and mistakes happen.
Yep, that's right. And so I think this has overall gone pretty decently for Aronian. He seems quite confident in his body language, but Erigaisi, we saw him defend a position that was also unpleasant against Magnus yesterday. So I don't think he's going to be feeling too nervous in this situation yet.
And Aronian taking his time with the decisions here, pushing pawns forward on both flanks. Aronian's strategy this entire game has been being aggressive with his pawns.
Yes. And Erigaisi switching his rooks over to the a file to target the pawn on a4. Maybe one day the knight from a6 will actually move somewhere. I'm hopeful for that knight to finally get off the edge of the board, but it's not clear where he would actually be much more effective.
Erigaisi getting both his rooks on the side, trying to point down towards white's pawn there. It's not clear how Aronian is going to break through here, and that's costing him a lot of time on the clock. 40 seconds now for Aronian with 55 seconds for Erigaisi.
Yeah, let me just give you a little update on another really important game. Asobayeva, she's going to win against Koneru. I mean, she has got a completely winning position. It's going to be amazing. I mean, this young player getting the silver medal in the World Rapid, and I mean, she's just positioning herself to convincingly win the gold medal in the Blitz.
Amazing performance from the Kazakh youngster. While we're watching Aronian having to deal with a very big trouble on the clock. However, his position is looking okay as he continues the strategy of pushing pawns further and further forward. Aronian now continuing with his pawn on the right hand side. That's not going to be the last of it. He's going to get this other pawn involved as well. Aronian down to just 20 seconds while Erigaisi has 33.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Eric Geissy's last move is about repositioning the knight to e6 and also possibly playing f6. Yes, he finally kicked out that knight from e5. I think that's a good thing. Although white still has these impressive pawns on the 6th rank. You never know in an endgame, the more far advanced your pawns are, the more tactical chances they're going to give you. So that pawn being on g6 is, I think, a very good thing for white.
Yeah, and Aronian now going to get his rooks into an attack here. Look at the eval bar on the left side. It's almost completely white as Aronian is putting pressure on his young opponent. He's trying to make inroads with his rooks towards the black pawns.
Yes, perhaps. I don't know if that lining up on the c file. Will he be capturing
Sacrifice.
on g5? Yes, he did, and he's invading with his rooks to the 7th rank. He is going to win that pawn on g7. The knight is getting kind of dominated, and that g6 pawn that we mentioned earlier might just be the decisive one.
It is. It's 2 squares away from becoming a new queen, and there are no black pieces in the vicinity to stop it.
Yeah, so he's got the knight in under attack right now, threatening pawn to g7. Okay, what does he do with the rook on c1? How's he going to get that rook into the game? Oh, he answered that question. Rook h1.
He's trying to bring all the pieces into the attack. Erigaisi tries to give away his knight just to make some trades here with that white rook. And he's getting his king closer to that dangerous white pawn, trying to defend himself. Avronen, we can see on the photos, pushing that pawn forward. But for now, the black rook takes out that important white pawn of Ronan, shifting his focus over to the left-hand side, capturing a pawn there of Ronan, now up 2 pawns, but one of them is doubled and not going anywhere in the middle. Of Ronan gives away his pawn on the left side in order to take the pawn in the middle instead. Of Ronan with 2 pawns extra, but he has, those pawns are doubled, so it's not clear it's that big of an advantage. In fact, Erigaisi manages to capture one of those pawns. We're in a rook endgame now with 2 pawns for Arunan and 1 pawn for Erigaisi.
Wow, what a position Erigaisi is defending. I mean, he was completely losing before. This one seems like a dream. Even if he does lose this endgame, it's still a very good thing that he managed to get himself this far. As we know, rook endgames are the most drawish kind of endgames in chess, and a 1-pawn advantage is not a guarantee of a win at all.
And Erigaisi forcing Avronen to always move his rook back and forth. Avronen, in order to win this game, he's going to need a new queen. So he pushes his pawn forward in the middle. Avronen down to just 5 seconds on the clock. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose this game on time. And going back and forth with the rook, Avronen still searching for chances to win this.
Yes, it's a little tricky for Aronian to advance that pawn. As you see, the rook on d1 is well positioned, preventing its advance, and black is constantly going to be using checks and attacks on the g4 pawn for some kind of counterplay. So far, can he go king g5? Can he try to win the pawn? Yes, he is. He is trying to win the pawn on g4. And can he capture it now with a check? No, he decides not to. He gives a check from a different direction. Will he now be taking that pawn on g4? Okay. Pawns are even. White's pawn is further advanced, but black should be having enough to promote his pawn as well.
So Aruna trying to figure out, can he get a new queen? The answer is probably yes, but the fact is that black is looking good to get his pawn across as well. Arunian does get a new queen, but they agree to a draw because Arunian realizes that even though in this final position he will be capturing the black rook, he will be up a rook for a pawn, but that pawn will be moving forward, and the white king is not in time to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen, and we would have had king versus king situation at the end there. And that was an 80 move game. To sum up this round on the screen, we have the results of the other games. Dubov winning again, making his presence known up top. Dubov is now going to be the number 2 placed player, and he's going to be 1 point behind Aronian, who remains in the lead after this draw.
Yeah, we also have some big results in the women's. As we mentioned earlier, Aso Bayeva took down Humpy Koneru, and Vaishali, though, from India, getting some points for Team India against Alexandra Garyachkina. That's a big win. So we have a lot of Indian players at the top, right? Even though Koneru lost, she's still in the leaders group. And Kostyanyuk loses again to Gunina. Kashlinska finally rising. This is a strong player from Russia that we just haven't seen much of in these events, but now she's on board for and winning. So I guess we will be seeing more of her games. And Abdumalik from Kazakhstan also winning.
So those are the results of this round. In the open section, we see some of the big names coming back. We've been missing them in the top. Players such as Vasil Lagrave, such as Nepomniachtchi, such as Karyakin making inroads to the top 8 boards. However, Karyakin, a former champion, he loses against Mamedyarov, getting knocked back. Grischuk, also a 2-time Blitz champion, he loses to Nepomniachtchi, and the big names thereby kicking other big names down the leaderboard. And speaking of leaderboard, this is the situation of Runyan having excellent chances to win that game. Could have held on to his 1.5 point lead, but with Dubov winning, that lead has now been cut down to just 1 point. We'll be coming back. Sorry?
Oh, I was going to say, there's a new player I'm excited about, Yoon Erigaisi. I think, I'm his new fan. He's only 18 years old. I mean, he's drawn Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, both with the black pieces, and he can really handle himself in difficult positions. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of his games in this tournament.
And we will do just that after a break. And we're back from the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Krush, and we're going to be looking at the situation for the with players arriving for the next round. Sitting down already, it's Anish Giri, who we really haven't seen much of over the course of these past 4 days.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely been one of the names we've been mentioning of players who should be playing on the top tables but are not. And he is fixing that at the moment. He's on 10 points. I mean, there is a pack of players on 10 points who are chasing Levon Aronian, who's on 11 and a half. It is a very impressive lead that Aronian has built up. But of course, there's still 7 more games left to play and plenty of time for these players to catch up. But that is a really big matchup, Carlsen versus Giri. And when I think of these two players, I think about all the trash talk that is always going on between them on Twitter.
Yeah, and that will be our featured game for this round. Other notable games, of course, Aronian. Can he hold on to his lead, considering that he's now having the black pieces against the silver medalist of the Rapid Championship, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Closest to catching Aronian is Daniil Dubov, who will be playing
Martirosyan.
Thank you. On board 3. And we're expecting the games to get going at the top of the hour. That's in 8 minutes. But some news also from the women's section. A big top pairing there as well, as it's a duel between the young Kazakh players.
Oh, wow. This is actually a very big game. Yeah, Sobayeva playing someone who has really been the leader of the Kazakh women's team and has catapulted herself into the top of the women's game, winning the Women's Grand Prix in Gibraltar, which was one of the first over-the-board tournaments that FIDE organized since the pandemic began in January of 2021. Abdulmalik Jansaya, she won that tournament convincingly and made her Grandmaster norm, getting herself over to 2,500 rating as well. But here she's kind of being overshadowed by her younger teammate who has 2 points more than her. So I think this is a very principled matchup, and it will be interesting if Abdulmalik will be able to pull Bibisara back within striking distance of the rest of the players.
And I'm also noticing, in particular, on board 2, a player competing in her native Poland, Kielbasa, standing there with a women's international master title. She's competing against grandmasters, and she's somehow managed to get her way up to board 2. That is an amazing upset from her. And imagine being able to perform your very best playing in your native country. That's gotta feel so good.
Well, she has actually just won 5 games in a row to get to that board too. So she's been on quite the streak. She's beaten Porkashian from Iran, Badelka from Russia, Bulmaga from Romania, Anna Zatonsky from the US, and her strongest opposition yet, Maria Muzichuk from the Ukraine. So that's not a fluke. You don't win 5 games in a row against all players over 2,400 unless you're very strong. But now she's going to be tested by Valentina Gunina.
And here we see in the frame, it's Daniil Dubov of Russia being handed a free point at the start of the day, with Hikaru Nakamura having to withdraw from the tournament, having tested positive this morning for the virus. So that is the big breaking news that caused a 1-hour delay of this tournament. Hikaru Nakamura unable to finish the competition, and Dubov exploiting that in getting that forfeit victory, but also in the previous round, he managed to beat Bassem Amin of Egypt. So he's up there now in second place for the standings.
And one of
Uh,
our favorites, the player from Uzbekistan, Javohir Sindarov, he won against Ivan Chiparinov. He's on 9.5 points, playing on board 6 with the black pieces against Vachier Legrave. So it's good to see him continue to stay on top. And we do see that, the best players in the world are making their way to these top boards. I mean, we see on board 6 and 7, Vachier, Mamedyarov, Firouzja on 9. They're really in the group that can soon arrive on the top boards, along with Carlsen and Giri and Aronian and Nepomniachtchi that are currently up there.
So our featured game for this round will be the Twitter bickerers, Carlsen and Giri. We're expecting the games to start at the top of the hour. That's in 4 minutes. And as we wait, we see more and more participants making their way into the playing hall.
Yeah, I also see, in terms of the women's standings, an interesting thing is that Alexandra Kosteniuk, I mean, she's actually lost 2 in a row after losing to Kampi Koneru. Then she loses to her teammate Valentina Gunina. Um, and so, yeah, she's now on 7 points as she started the day, dropped back to board number 9. Um, you know, maybe this delay to the round, to the start of the games, and all the uncertainty and stress of what was going to happen. I mean, it certainly could have affected a lot of the players.
And the overview camera sees plenty of players already in their seat. But Magnus Carlsen, he is infamous for not wanting to sit down at the board until the games just get going. He says he sees no point in sitting down, amassing nervous energy, thinking about what's going to happen instead of just sitting down, not having to overthink, just letting the game start immediately. So do
And
you
we have
find
a tweet from Hikaru, actually. Well, not a tweet from Hikaru, but a quote from his stream. He's apparently streaming right now, and he says, "Frankly, I think I had it 3 days ago. It just took longer to show up." And he's referring to the negative test that he got upon arriving in Poland. And yeah, that's how it works. I mean, that's not certainly not news to me that people can test negative and then quite soon they're going to test positive. So that's unfortunately how it goes with this COVID thing.
Yes, and we see most players already at their boards. There's only one missing out here on our view, and in the back we can see Levon Avronian. He sat down for his game with the black pieces. With the white pieces, Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia. And I have seen people in Twitch chat saying that Jan finished second in the Classical World Championship, losing the match against Magnus Carlsen earlier this month. He finished second in the Rapid 2 days ago. Can he do a triple second? And will that be the most painful thing ever? What do you say, Arena? Is having 3 second places in a month, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I think those are a little bit different. It's one thing to be second in a match of 2. It's another thing to be second in a field of like 100 with the best players in the world. I don't think he's too disappointed with how the World Rapid Championship finished. I mean, it never feels good to lose, but still, a second place is very, very good. And by the way, I like his sweater. He's dressed in nice colors today. He's got nice green colors. And Levon Aronian, always known for his fashion sense as well. He's got on a pretty cool shirt. And the players fist bump each other and start the game. Nepomniachtchi goes with e4.
And as does Carlsen in our featured game. Magnus Carlsen opting to go with the Spanish opening here. Anish Giri playing the Berlin defense, infamous for being incredibly difficult to break down.
Yeah, and Carlsen declines to enter the endgame line. He just had protected his pawn in the center. And they're entering some mainline theory for this anti-Berlin, aren't they?
And both players moving their bishop ups, putting pressure in towards their opponent's queen. Magnus first gets threatened. That bishop gets forced back by Anish's pawn. And then Anish actually goes ahead and puts his king over on the left side, while Magnus has put it on the right side. Opposite sides castling like this often bodes well for an exciting match.
Absolutely. And I tend to like these positions for Black. I mean, Black has an obvious plan of playing g5 very soon, then possibly knight h5 or pawn h5. So Carlsen just retreated his bishop, anticipating that attack. He's pointing the bishop at the pawn on e5, and in fact, he is threatening the move bishop takes e5. So so Anish probably wants to figure out how to protect that center pawn.
And can he do so while trying to ramp up his attack, or will he have to go backwards to make that happen?
Yes, and in terms of going backwards, there's either bishop d6 or knight d7. So I guess he is choosing between which minor piece to move out of position. Neither of those moves is particularly desirable, but he's got to pick one, and he goes for the knight.
The knight now offering protection in towards the middle of the board. Magnus will definitely want to be chasing his pawns up the board, trying to attack that black king. And he starts out by pushing his pawn one step forward, taking control over that b4 square so that the other pawn can keep rolling forward. And that's precisely what he's done.
Yeah, we thought maybe Black would be starting his attack faster, but actually Magnus is the one who wound up, after this clever bishop g3 move, to be the first one to be advancing his pawns. And I think, okay, there's a good trend in the game for White, but Anish is catching up with him by pushing his pawn on the king side.
Both players rushing their pawns forward, trying to make life difficult for the opposing king. As Anish pushes forward on the king side, Magnus decides to take this moment to try and stop the advance of the black pawn. Magnus putting his pawn in the way so that Anish cannot continue further forward.
It honestly feels quite dangerous for White. Like, even though White's pawns are far advanced, like, he can't really open any files on that queen side. Every pawn move he makes will be responded with by Black closing up the file, and there is an open G file and now heading towards White's king. So I don't know. I like Black's position, but what's your opinion on over here, Yoon?
I think it's a really difficult one to judge, and I being a commentator, it's so difficult making those split-second decisions. And so in order for me to always catch the important moments where one player can just win the game outright, I always check what the computer's opinion is here. And the computer cannot really decide. It's saying it's a very difficult position with attacking chances for both players, moving up and down with that eval bar on the left side.
Can I tell you a cool line that I noticed, Yoon? Like, if White plays a6, Black plays bishop e6. Very important little finesse there, because if Black would have played b6, the queen would have come in to d5 and to b7. That's a kind of important attacking idea for White. But and that's probably why Carlsen decided not to play pawn to a6.
And once again, we see that plan you mentioned, Irina, the bishop coming in to force White's queen away from the middle of the board. Anish has that pressure. He is the one who has managed to open up for his rook, pointing down towards the opponent. Unfortunately, this has taken him a lot of time to figure out, and he's down a full minute on the clock in these blitz matchups. The situation on the board, of course, the most important, but even when you're looking good, if you're down massively on time, that could be a huge issue down the road.
I love Anish's position. It seems so much easier to play. Like, he's just going to go rook d to g8, queen to g7, and h4. It's like a really simple plan, and I feel like Carlsen's got to bring his A game to save this one.
Carlsen making defensive retreats on that right side where his king is facing some trouble. I think Magnus now just making sure to move his pieces towards the right to help out the king in trouble.
And Anish is simply retreating his rook to g7. Doesn't change the big picture. He's going to double up his rooks on that file. And Magnus is trying to hold the blockade. Good idea. Like I said, Magnus is in full defensive mode.
But Anish strikes on the left side. He's been completely focused on the right side. Now he shifts his attention, getting his knight up into a dominating position. Then he's going to get potentially his bishop involved as well. Anish is trying to make his breakthrough. And look at the eval bar. The eval bar is loving Anish's play so far. However, he's down to just 19 seconds on the clock. He's been finding all the right moves, but it's taken him so much time.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be a dangerous territory for him, right? He has a great position and he knows that, and he's going to try to win. But on the other hand, the person who's better often needs to think more to find the precise moves. And Carlsen mixes it up with a very cool exchange sacrifice in the middle of the board, giving up his rook for black's bishop and trying to get the beautiful f5 square for his knight.
And I think, yeah, Carlsen is going to win this. Even though the computers hate his position, just the placement of the knight combined with the fact that Anish is running out of time, I think Magnus is going to win this despite having a bad position.
I agree. That is a very possible outcome. I mean, at least White has managed to change the trajectory of the game. And, now instead of enjoying his attacking position, Anish has to figure out how to deal with this powerful knight on f5 and like what has happened to his attack on the king side. It's disappeared. So I do feel that Carlsen has practically done very well for himself here.
Carlsen moving his knight out to the right hand side. The rook has to move away from being attacked. Multiple moves coming in now as Anish has to increase his pace. And Anish manages to take some pawns in that sequence of events. In fact, Anish has done very, very well here as the moves on the transmission board catch up. Anish has given back that rook he had extra, but he's captured so many white pawns in the meantime.
Yes, he's got a great bishop. He's still up a pawn. And now he brought in his queen. The good news for Anish is that his position has become more simple to play. And Carlsen's knight is stuck on the side of the board, not able to move anywhere. So black is better, but he still needs to kind of watch out for events on the queen side. And we can see that Carlsen is trying to make some threats there.
Yeah, and Carlsen makes a threat and Anish completely ignores it. Magnus thought with his queen and rook pointing down towards the black king that Anish would have to go to defensive mode, but Anish instead pointing his bishop towards the white king. Magnus has no defense. Magnus has to retreat his rook into a defensive position, but here the black bishop is going to capture in towards the white king, and Magnus resigns the game as the knight is being lost afterwards. That was an incredible game with the black pieces from Anish Giri, and Magnus, look at the faces he's making. That is his fourth loss in this World Blitz championship. And actually some information about how Magnus has done in these events previously. In the 42 rounds played in 2019 and 2018, Magnus only lost one game. Whereas so far in this tournament, he has already lost 4 of them, which is just goes to show that he is not playing his best chess right now. And Anish Giri capitalizing on that, pushing himself up the leaderboard.
I think we can't underestimate how brilliant that move bishop d6 was that we saw at the end of his game with Carlsen. Just giving away the b7 pawn that was protecting his king, and like knowing that his king was going to be safe tucked away on a8 and his attack was going to crash through. That is a really cold-blooded move to make with seconds on your clock.
And not only seconds on the clock, he had only had seconds on the clock for like the previous 20 moves as well. So that being under pressure for such a long time usually means you're going to crack sooner or later. But not only did Giri not crack, he went on to win the game in a brilliant fashion.
Yes, yes. I did not like Magnus's opening in this game. He kind of gave Giri a pretty easy game. Giri seemed just too comfortable out of the opening with starting his kingside attack. Magnus never really got off the ground in this game.
So Magnus managing to win that in style. We can see on our screen, we do have some results from the other top boards. Giri gets the win. Aronian makes a draw with the black pieces against Nepomniachtchi, but that has enabled Daniil Dubov to push further up the standings. That is Dubov's third point in 3 attempts so far today. He's now just half a point behind Aronian as we bring up the standings, where we can also see your favorite new player, or, well, he's not new at all. He's a grandmaster and one of the top ranked players in the world, Arun Arjun Erigaisi. He's now in 3rd place together with Anish Giri after both of them wins this game. And the point I was trying to make, Daniil Dubov, half a point behind Levon Aronian.
Yeah, Erigaisi. So that means he must have won against Maksudlu. Yes, indeed. He is my new favorite player. And of people who are following even more closely, I thought I followed chess closely, but people who follow more closely would know that Arjun, he did great in the recent Tata Steel tournament in India and just only losing in the final to Levon Aronian. He has a pretty cool Twitter page that I was able to find, and I really like what he says there. He says, Indian chess grandmaster, build a life you don't need a vacation from. And, you know, I have to say, like, when I thought about my life, I was like, I really love my life, but I always want a vacation.
So that is the chess lifestyle. You don't need a vacation because you're just enjoying a life. And it does seem like Arjun is enjoying both life and his play in this tournament, getting up to that 3rd place right now in the standings. We're going to be back after a break with all the results, the standings for the women's section, and, of course, the pairings moving forward.
Hey guys, don't miss a very special puzzle speedrun edition of Chess Played Quick. Watch your favorite streamers fight for cash prizes and 4 qualification spots in this year's Puzzle Battle World Championship. National Master James Canty will bring you all the action and fun on January 5th starting at 9 a.m. Pacific on chess.com. And we have a new way to understand your games on chess.com. Check out chess.com/insights to see detailed stats and analysis across any time frame or time control. What time of day do you play best? For me, it's definitely not the morning. How often do you play the Botez Gambit? These questions and many, many more are answered at chess.com/insights.
And we're back from the World Blitz Championship in Warsaw, Poland. We got the results coming in from the previous round. And we also have big news coming in this morning with Hikaru Nakamura testing positive for the coronavirus. And here we have a quote from Hikaru that he's given now that he is in isolation in his hotel room. And he's saying that he thinks he contracted it already when he flew into Munich. He has commented earlier that he tested negative upon arrival and cleared it with the World Chess Federation, that he was fine to play. Also pointing out the horrible irony of the situation. As we were talking about earlier, Irina, Hikaru has been one of the most cautious top players, deciding not to play an important tournament, the Grand Swiss in Riga, Latvia, earlier this fall, out of just making sure, out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah, and that was quite a big sacrifice for him because he had sacrificed already the US Championship in order to play the Grand Swiss in Latvia, because that tournament would have given him a chance to qualify for the candidates, which Firouzja won, and that's how Firouzja got his spot into the 2022 candidates, which are going to be held in Madrid, Spain, as we announced a couple of days ago. So Hikaru made that sacrifice for the US Championship, then sacrificed the Grand Swiss, then came here to try to get a chance at the World's Rapid and Blitz titles. And, we know what a fantastic Blitz player he is. So it is absolutely like a pity that instead of continuing the tournament and fighting for the medals today, that he's going to be in quarantine.
And we wish Hikaru a speedy recovery. But there are still a tournament to be played. And here are the results in the women's section. Sobayeva in the lead in the tournament, maintaining that lead, making a draw on the top board against her countrywoman, Abdumalik, Gunina, Buksa, and Koneru. Winning their games, meaning that when we look at the overall standings, those 3 players are the ones chasing the Kazakh youngster on top. Gunina now 1 point behind as 5 rounds remain.
Yeah, Asobayeva is really on fire. And the good news for her, I mean, she's simply not just having an amazing score, but she's played the best players in this tournament. She's played a lot of her closest rivals. She's beaten Anna Muzichuk. She has lost to Valentina Gunina, beaten Alexandra Kostyanyuk, Elizabeth Pats, Polina Shuvalova, Vaishali, Humpy. She's played Abdul Malik. Like, she's played most of the players who are her rivals. So it only gets easier from here. Her performance rating so far is almost 2,600 in this tournament. And that says a lot, given that a lot of these players have underrated Blitz ratings.
And moving over to the open section and the pairings coming out there. Carlsen, despite having lost his game, he gets a really difficult one now against Alexander Grischuk with the black pieces. These 2 guys are the ones usually winning this championship. Carlsen having won multiple times previously, so many that I lost count. And Alexander Grischuk, a two-time former champion. But those guys, despite being what you would think of as the top billing, they're gonna have to yield to Aronian and Giri. Aronian leading this tournament. He has a 1-point advantage over Giri, and that is gonna be our top the featured game in this round. In the women's section, Sobayeva, who right now has the lead, she will be having the black pieces against the Ukrainian Buksa.
Yeah, Magnus has 6 rounds in which to make up a 2-point deficit over Livon Aronian. So that's doable. Of course, you know, Livon Aronian is obviously not his only competition. I mean, there's people who have more points than him, like Dubov. Dubov is actually the closest to Aronian. He's got 11.5 points. And it's interesting, has Dubov already played Aronian? Yes, he has. Dubov has lost to Aronian yesterday. So that's why they're not facing each other, although they're the leaders. And we have a fascinating matchup of Aronian versus Giri and also Erigaisi versus Dubov.
And that latter matchup is the players we're watching right in front of us now. Erigaisi impressing with his defensive play in this tournament, defending bad positions both against Aronian and Carlsen. And he's going to now see if he can go on the attack, utilizing the advantage of the white pieces, trying to catch Daniil Dubov on the right in the standings. Also present at the board already, a veteran, Alexander Grischuk, sitting down with the white pieces to play against Carlsen. And behind Grischuk is the top board for the women.
Yeah, we see Natalia Buksa, who is playing Asobayeva Buksa from the Ukraine. I believe she is married to another very strong Blitz player, Rauf Mamedov, who is just well known for being able to compete against the best players in the world in Blitz. And he is also, I think he's playing in this tournament, although I don't know where he is because he hasn't really been at the top. There's just so many strong players on the open side.
And the skills then seems to be in the family, but the big shot right now is the Buksa, showcasing her skills on that first women's board. We see Alexander Grischuk meditating. Is this some kind of getting ready for the game with just complete calm, knowing what a difficult task he has ahead?
Yeah, he's definitely the picture of concentration here. Maybe he's just trying to figure out which first move should I play against Magnus. I feel like they've already played in over these last few days. Do you have any memories of whether they've played in the Rapid in this tournament?
I'm pretty confident they did. These guys are always involved at close to the top boards of the tournament, and surprisingly, this matchup is not one of crucial importance to the standings. Magnus Carlsen, so far in the Blitz, has lost 4 games already, which is sensational considering that he only lost once in the 2 Blitz championships prior to that. So he's got some catching up to do there. To me, I feel like the main matchup of this round will be whether or not Anish Giri can catch up to Levon Avronian, who has that solid matchup on solid advantage on Magnus and Grischuk and the other chasers. However, I am being told now that there is a problem with the camera on Avronian's board, so we're going to stay here watching the Catalan defense being utilized by Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, well, if Giri, I believe we have a camera on him right now. If Giri is able to play the way that he has played against Magnus, and he's getting the black pieces again, I think this is going to be a great game, and he is going to have a chance to get a victory. We see this also in e4, e5 opening, and this starts to remind me a bit of the structure that Abdusattorov had against Nepomniachtchi with the doubled e-pawns in their final blitz game.
And we actually saw a game with Aronian earlier today against Erigaisi where he voluntarily took on multiple doubled pawns. And once again, Aronian is doing that again. He's saying, let's make these trades between the bishops and I'm going to double my pawns. But on the other hand, getting those pawns away will open up for White's rooks. Aronian now realizing that Anish wasn't going to acquiesce to that sort of situation. He does make the trade for Black's bishop himself and pushes forward in the middle.
Yes, and Anish repositions his knight from c6 to d7. That looks really unusual because, to newer players, we learned that we're not supposed to just bring our pieces backwards once we develop them. But he figures that the knight will be out of the way of the d-pawn. And for the moment, I feel like he's got a very solid position. I mean, it's White has a bit more space. Yes, the move he just played a5 is quite typical to fix that space advantage on the queen side. But it's a very stable kind of pawn structure.
And difficult to say how to proceed. That means Aronian is taking his time here, trying to decide on a plan moving forward.
And he has moved in his queen to attack the c7 and e6 pawns. Very interesting. And Anish had actually preemptively protected that pawn, and now he preemptively moves his king to h7 out of the way of the queen. So Anish definitely playing some very safe moves here.
But at some point, somebody's got to be doing something. And right now, it's kind of calm before the storm, trying to figure out when to strike out against the opponent. And Anish has decided this is the moment. He makes the trade in the center, then pushes forward with his pawn. Aronian probably going to push his pawn forward as well. That's going to give White aggressive pawns on the left side, but maybe Anish then can focus his attention on the opposite side where the kings reside. And often when you are the aggressor where the kings are, you are going to be the one trying to create an attack.
I like what Anish has done with his pawn trades in the center. And now Aronian's trade surprises me a little bit as Black is just going to capture with the knight. I guess he's trying to go for rook f5 somewhere. If like the black queen now recaptures, he's probably thinking rook f5. But honestly, it doesn't look like a very dangerous position for Black to be in.
But that rook is coming in, threatening against Black's queen. Anish having to retreat that queen back from where she came. Aronian continuing this idea of just pushing his pieces further up the board, inviting now a trade between the knights. The trade is accepted by Anish, and if anything, I would think Aronian was worse here because he has this pawn in the middle that is unable to be protected by other white pawns. But Aronian makes the case that having the pieces better centralized is actually giving White the edge.
Well, he's noticed a little problem in Black's position, which is that b7 pawn. Like, you're totally right. None of this would make any sense for White taking on that isolated e-pawn unless there was a good reason. And he is looking at that pawn on b7, putting a difficult choice in front of Black, like how to protect it. Will Black be playing the move c6 here? I'm sure that is what he is calculating. c6, queen will take on d6, Black will take on e4. That seems like a very plausible line, but Anish goes for rook f to e8, giving up the open file in order to make the attack on the e-pawn.
But in doing so, he does not defend the pawn on b7, and it took him a lot of time making that decision. Aronian now having the opportunity to pounce while Anish is getting lower on time. Aronian uses his rook to give protection to the pawn in the middle. And then Anish attacks that rook, going very aggressively with his pawn.
Yeah, I like that move c5 a lot, just pushing the rook back and using the queen laterally to protect the b7 pawn. And then black is the first one to capture. Now white, I guess, needs to trade the queens, make a recapture, try to get his rooks to the 7th rank. Good news for black that it's going to be black's turn here. No. Wow, Aronian doesn't recapture the pawn. He puts the rook on the 7th immediately. Looks like a good decision because we know that in rook endgames, that's where the rooks are the most powerful and dangerous.
This white rook pointing towards the king, the pawn, and the other pawn on the left-hand side. Anish at the moment up by a pawn, but that pawn has immediately been captured by Aronian. We're entering the phase where both players have less than 1 minute on the clock. Aronian actually with a 30-second time advantage. It's 57 seconds against 23.
Yeah, it looks like this game has a good chance to peter out to a draw, but probably black is the one who has more work to do because that white rook on b7 is still being quite dangerous there, and Anish is getting very low on time, so I'm a little concerned for him.
Yeah, down 50 seconds on the clock right now. Anish less than 10 seconds. He's trying to attack the pawn on the left-hand side. Aronian changing his direction. He's trying to get his rooks in towards that black king. After the rook trade, Aronian now going for the pawns on the 6th rank. Aronian has successfully gone into an endgame with an extra pawn and that time advantage. This is going to be very difficult for Anish Giri to survive, but Anish Giri sets up a stalemating idea. He's trying to kind of make sure that his king on the side of the board is trapped, and there could be stalemate ideas if Aronian tries to stop the king from moving further forward. Instead, Aronian is allowing the king to step up the board. Aronian rushing his king over to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of black's rook. The king is now coming to the aid of the pawn that's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And Aronian is making very good progress here. And Anish Giri resigns the game. Aronian came with his king up the board to assist his pawn, and that means Aronian extends his lead. But we're gonna switch right over to the other top billing of this round. It's Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. He's trying to defend a rook endgame down a pawn against Alexander Grischuk. We just saw how difficult these situations can be with Anish Giri losing a similar situation just now. But Magnus does have all the pawns on the same side of the board, which often eases the defensive task.
Yes, it's good news for Magnus that white's e-pawn is close to the other pawns. He should be able to make a draw here. No?
Magnus has lost a pawn.
He's lost a pawn. Oh no, yeah, that means those 2 pawns, they're not the famous H and F pawns that lead to a draw. So now Grischuk has actually, yes, he's in winning position. That's right. This is an easy win for Grischuk.
I'm not sure that it's easy. I think it's still difficult, but Grischuk is doing his best to guide his pawns forward, and the black king is unable to stop the pawn being stopped by the white rook. And now, yes, as you were saying, Irina, it is an easy way to help that pawn moving forward. Magnus looks dejected that he managed to lose that situation. That's his 5th loss in this championship. And that means Magnus Carlsen is not going to retain his world champion title. Someone else is going to be getting that. And that someone else might very well be Levon Aronian, who extends his lead, winning against Anish Giri. Aronian with not that many rounds remaining. is leading this tournament. And on our screen, we can see the results from the top boards. Aronian winning while the others are making draws. On the screen right now, we're also joining the game between Fedoseev and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Unfortunately, Fedoseev just now allowed the black pawn to become a new queen. That's going to be the game. Duda making his way up the standings, while Carlsen, having lost his game, he's out of it. There's nothing else to say.
Yeah, this is a lot of losses for Magnus, and it's kind of surprising. Like, he got into some kind of rook endgame against Grishuk that honestly did not seem like something he needed to lose. It was same number of pawns. I'm not sure what went wrong for him, but yeah, he wound up losing something that normally he would have held on to. However, I want to point out Aronian's quite nice win against Anish Giri. He didn't have that much to work with, but he made that small advantage in the queen and double rook endgame look pretty easy. So I liked the ease with which he beat Giri from a position where he didn't seem to have that much.
And another person who has won their game on the screen right now, it's Asobayeva with the black pieces, winning yet again, extending her lead in the women's section, beating Natalia Buksa. And that was a big round for the leaders, both Aronian and Asobayeva, managing to win their games. And it right now looks as though it's going to be those two at the top of the podium. However, still many rounds remaining. And when we're back from the break, we're going to break down all the results from the top boards and take a look at the standings. We are back with the World Blitz Championship from Warsaw, Poland. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Krush, and we got some exciting results coming in this round. In fact, the people leading the tournament have been able to win. First, in the open section, Levon Aronian continues his great streak, winning in the game we followed in good style against Anish Giri. And considering the fact that Dubov and Erigaisi and the Nepomniachtchi made a draw, that means we have this standings.
You started to talk in Norwegian, Ewan, right? The Norwegian pronunciation.
Maybe a little bit.
So we got Levon Aronian, 13 points. Fantastic result. He's playing so confidently. But Daniil Dubov, who started out with this tournament with a forfeit loss, and then a forfeit win today against Hikaru Nakamura, is really hot on his heels at 12 points. It's only a 1 point difference. It's not that much. I believe these two cannot play anymore as they have already played. Arjun Erigaisi, the 18-year-old from India, continuing to impress us, keeping up with the big guns at 11.5 out of 16 points. And Anish Giri, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, really well-known names, also making it into the chasing group.
And moving over to the women's section, Osobayeva, the silver medalist from the rapid tournament concluding 2 days ago, she said silver is not good enough for me. I'm going for gold. And she's doing it by winning her games, this time with the black pieces against the Ukrainian Buksa. And she tried to extend her lead, but was unsuccessful because Valentina Gunina managed to beat Koneru, and that gives us the following standings, where there's two players running away from the rest of the pack. Gunina against Osobayeva. Kind of a similar situation with Dubov and Aronian from the open section. 1 point between them, but they have already played. So now it's basically a competition of fending off all the other challengers.
Yeah, Valentina is the only one who has given Bibisara a loss in this tournament. I mean, Bibisara has not given up many points at all. I think if there's anyone that can make a run for this first place, it is Valentina Gunina. She can be very dangerous. She's a very fast player. So just a 1 point difference between them still makes this a very competitive day.
And we do have some news coming out this morning. It was Hikaru Nakamura who tweeted some 3 hours ago that he has tested positive for the COVID virus. And he's saying that he will not be able to finish the tournament. He has withdrawn. That is one of the major stories coming out now from Poland. And now with Magnus Carlsen losing to Grischuk, that's two of the big pre-tournament favorites who's not going to be winning this. And that does seem to open up for Levon Aronian, who might be able to keep his lead in the maintain that lead he's created for himself in this tournament. And with that being said, let's take a look at the pairings for the next round.
The most interesting pairing of round number 17 in the Open is undoubtedly Vachier-Lagrave versus Aronian. This is the first really big game that we're seeing Vachier involved in either the Rapid or the Blitz. First time he's going to be making it into our featured game. And we also have a Dubov versus Artemyev, two strong Russian players, and Erigaisi against Nepomniachtchi. All of these are really intriguing matchups to me.
And moving over to the women's section, Sobayeva with the white pieces. Her next victim, if it's not too forward of me to say, It's Bobby of the Ukraine. And the way Asobayeva has been playing with the white pieces, I feel like she's just going to knock it out of the park.
Yeah, there is an excellent chance of that happening. Bobby is not a name that I'm even that familiar with. I mean, just vaguely having seen that name. Of course, it's quite impressive that she's playing on the top board, but a lot of it is because Asobayeva has already played all the competition. What I find really interesting is on boards 2 and 3, we have Russia versus Russia and India versus India. So that's a quite a big matchups. Koneru versus Vaishali and Lagno, the reigning women's Blitz champion, trying to make a run at it by facing off against her teammate Gunina.
But if Lagno wins, then she will also be helping the current leader, Asobayeva. So there's a drama afoot in that matchup. And Asobayeva might actually be helped by the former champion by stopping Gunina and getting Gunina further behind the Kazakh player. And coming in now, the pictures from Poland has Maxim Vachier-Lagrave sitting down with the white pieces, ready for the game. He just had a supremely disappointing rapid event. He never featured on any of the top boards on our camera feeds, but now he's back where he belongs, and he's trying to take down his very good friend Levon Aronian.
Yeah, Vachier, he drew against Martin Kravtsov in the last round, and Aronian also needs fresh opponents since he's played most of the people playing at the top. So that's how he is paired to Vachier-Lagrave, but that is a very dangerous pairing for Aronian because Vachier, one of the top Blitz players in the world, can of course beat anybody.
And here we see the top women's board, the players getting ready. Asobayeva looking so calm right now.
Yeah, she's got a very confident demeanor at the board with her hands folded across her chest. I think she's looking like a boss today, and she has every intention of winning this tournament.
And it does seem the venue is filling up with players. We're expecting the games to start at the top of the hour. That's another 3 minutes. Here, the man chasing Levon Aronian on the left with the white pieces. It's Daniil Dubov of Russia facing off against his compatriot, Vladislav Artemiev.
If Asobayeva wins the women's Blitz, she's going to be taking an amazing $70,000 home for these 5 days of play. I mean, that is just going to be a fantastic result, a fantastic way to close out this year and really just make herself a big name in the women's game.
So true, so true. Okay, another 2 minutes to go. Vachier-Lagrave is waiting together with all the other guys. We have Dubov and Artemiev getting ready. We have seen in many of these matchups between the Russian players in the open section, they've often gone for short draws. Do you think that could happen in this matchup as well?
I'm looking at their body language and I'm feeling like not. I don't know how good friends are Dubov and Artemiev. Artemiev is a well-known strong Blitz player, and of course Dubov is as well. Artemiev, I think, often participates in the chess.com title Tuesdays. Dubov looks very relaxed in general when he plays chess. Have you noticed that, Yoon?
He's a pretty cool and slick guy, I have noticed, yes. But he has caused some headlines in his native Russia after he was a helper for Magnus Carlsen, as Carlsen defended his world championship title against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Dubov was catching some flack from the Russians. Maybe he can kind of make up for that by bringing Russia a world championship title. In order to do that, though, he's going to need to win this game with the white pieces. to catch up with Levon Aronian.
Yeah, he has real chances. He's not that much behind Aronian. He's in second place right now. And so this is a really big game for Daniil. And yeah, I think these players know there's a lot at stake, and I don't think there's going to be a quick draw between them.
Okay, and arriving at the board now, it's the current leader of the open section, Levon Aronian, sitting down with the black pieces. These two are actually very, very good buddies. I have sat in player buses with them multiple times, and they're just cracking jokes all the time. Now, friendship aside, it's all about that World Championship title, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave kicks us off with a Spanish opening.
Yes, he opens with his favorite e4, and Levon goes for something solid. And we have this line with bishop c5. I'm trying to remember its name. It has a name. It's slipping my mind. Can you remind us, what is that called?
I believe it's called the Neo Archangelsk or something.
There it is. Yes, exactly. That's what was slipping my mind. And they're in fact in a very theoretical line that's become very popular these days. White just like advanced up the A pawn, seemingly sacrificing it on a5, but that's really a pseudo sacrifice. All the players know that it's dangerous to take that pawn. So Aronian just tucked the bishop away, and there's going to be a lot of theory in this line.
Yes, players not having to rely on their calculation right now. They are just remembering stuff they have looked at with their computers ahead of time. And Aronian going into a think here, that is a bad omen for him, because this is the kind of opening where you got to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you might lose early on. And here, thinking still, Aronian spending 30 seconds in this situation. The white bishop pointing down on its black counterpart. Aronian deciding to castle in the end. And here we see Vachier-Lagrave immediately.
White just plays h3.
Levon Aronian once again
White
thinking for a very long time.
h3
I think Arena is cutting off. I'm not entirely sure. Aronian making his move with the rook into the middle. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has gotten a big time advantage, considering that Aronian has played this very risky opening, seemingly without knowing all the pre-prepared moves. And here we see MVL starting the captures, opening up between the two bishops.
Yeah, and black just captured the bishop on e3, and there is going to be some kind of some big skirmish on the board. Wow, is white going to get a chance to take the pawn on g7 and open up the black king? That is a really big change on the board, and it's very risky for Aronian to allow this to happen, I think.
It's in some ways it's a risky position for both players. Aronian going for the win here, and look at this from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, moving his queen up in the middle of the board. That queen is both attacking the black knight and attacking the pawn, protecting black's king. Big trouble brewing here for Aronian.
Yeah, so what is going to happen on bishop e6? I mean, that's obviously the move that black needs to do here to protect the f7 pawn. White will be taking on c6, and black will be taking on b3. And it's going to be very sharp with white taking on g7 afterwards. I think that, but Aronian didn't do that. He played knight e5. Wow. It's a lot, very tricky stuff going on the board. He doesn't recapture the knight immediately because he needs to protect f7, and he opens with an attack on white's queen, which is probably going to have to go back all the way to d1, and that's what Vachier is thinking about now.
So extreme complications on the board right now. Vachier Lagrave being able to think about this, seeing as how he got a bit significant time advantage starting out, and he's refusing to move his queen. Vachier Lagrave is sacrificing his queen to the black bishop, and wow. Levonov Runyan didn't even consider capturing the queen. Instead, he's captured a white pawn, and now he's ready to capture the white knight afterwards. Extreme complications happening right now, and it's Levonov Runyan who's down a pawn, but he has improved his. He has better development of the pieces.
Yeah, it looks like he can. Aronian can get the pawn back right now by taking on d2 and taking on e4. He actually chooses not to do that. Wow, that is slightly surprising. But he thinks he's going to be able to get this pawn back later, and he's daring white to protect it with f3. White doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to weaken his dark squares. So is Aronian finally just going to take the knight on d2 and then recapture the pawn? I mean, what is he worried about there? Reminds me a little bit of the game that Aronian won against Anish Giri, where he had that better queen and rook and he pulled out the win. But black seems fairly safe there, but he's not interested. Doesn't want to take the pawn on e4.
Wow, he moves his pawn forward on the side of the board, but in doing so, he spent a lot of time on that decision of running down to just 38 seconds.
Yeah, Maxime seems to have twice as much time as him. He has like a little bit over a minute. And finally, Aronian gets the pawn back. I think what white is counting on here is like the weaknesses in black's pawn structure on the queen side. Like the a6 pawn could be an issue. You got to constantly watch over the d5 square with your queen. And black's king is a bit weaker as well. So I think that is what Aronian is pinning his hopes, Vachier's pinning his hopes on.
And Vachier here coming in with his queen, attacking the rook in the middle. Aronian still spending so much time on his decisions. And I feel like the time management can come back and be a problem for him here.
I like his decision to trade the queens because that takes away the problem of the king's safety. At the moment, I'm feeling pretty comfortable with black's position. I think he got the worst of it over with, and he's got a decent bishop, you know, not amazing, but certainly not terrible. Although it looks like Vachier just found a way to attack a pawn on c4. I don't know if it means he's going to win it because it's still very tricky.
The rook moves away in a way that still keeps the pawn protected. Vachier Lagrave now using his king to try and force that rook away from that helpful square. And Levonov Runyan is down to just 5 seconds on the clock. Levonov Runyan might lose his lead in the tournament right here as Maxime Vachier Lagrave improves the positioning of his pieces, in particular the rook coming into the middle.
Yeah, I'm really worried for Aronian's rook on g4 because it can constantly be attacked by the pawn on f3 and sent all the way to g6, and that's what happens. And Vachier is clearly targeting the rook, trying to advance on the king's side and keep that rook trapped in.
And Runyan has now captured a pawn from Maxime, but Maxime thinks that he can trap the rook. Maxime was wrong, though. Maxime was wrong. He thought he gave away a pawn thinking that he could trap the black rook, but the black rook has been able to be protected by a black pawn, and Levonov Runyan has turned this around. He's now gonna win this, because first he's capturing the pawn on f4, now he's targeting another pawn on g5, and he's about to be up by 2 pawns, I suspect.
Yes, Vachier has managed to turn this into a pretty hopeless situation. King g8 by Aronian was a little surprising. Okay, there must have been some good tactical reasons to withdraw with the king all the way to the back of the board. Okay, Vachier still has some chances. If Aronian can win the g6 pawn, then I would say the chances are ending. But he is trying to hold on to that pawn. Aronian has to be a little careful with his king there, stuck on the back rank, and but he's maneuvering the bishop to f6, it seems.
And both players down to just 10 seconds on the clock. Maxim for a moment there threatening checkmate. Now he's going after the pawn on the left-hand side. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now has a pawn 3 squares away from becoming a new queen. So this is not over. In fact, this could be a win for the Frenchman as well. Both players have pawns that are trying to become new queens.
Yes, Aronian is trying to stop the A pawn by positioning his rook behind it on A1. That is really his only option. However, the A pawn is going to be giving white a lot of counterplay, and we can see that Vachier trying to put his rook on the A file as well. White's rook is vastly superior to black's in this position.
And look at the eval bar, now suddenly completely white in Maxim's favor. Maxim making his calculations. Can he stop that black pawn in time? And he thinks, yes, he thinks he can do that. After lots of captures, it's Aronian who's down by a pawn, but Aronian's king is unable to assist against the white king making its way forward. And Aronian now will accept, he will resign the game. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave was able to help his pawn move forward, and what a stunning turnaround there for Aronian. He had a winning position in the end game, and he made a couple of mistakes, and boom, the Frenchman capitalizes on that to turn it around and win. A devastating loss for Aronian.
Wow, yeah, Aronian, just when it looked like he was outplaying Vachier, winning a pawn, Vachier just managed to conjure up some trickery, amazing counterplay with that knight, winning the A pawn. The A pawn decided the game for him. Kind of heartbreaking for Levon, but situation is still good for him in the tournament. Here we got Anish Giri playing a queen endgame against Haik Martirosyan from Armenia, and it looks like this is pretty balanced and should end in a draw.
You would think so, but I'm looking at that black pawn, which is being blocked by a white pawn. But if not for the white pawn, it's 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. So I was wondering if there's any hope for black to get the queen into a position where that white pawn can be eliminated. But if you were to do that, the white queen would be able to give checks on the black king to secure the draw. So I'm pretty sure that this game, in fact, has ended in a draw because we had a situation where the players went back and forth with their king and queen. So a draw coming in there for Giri that gives us the following results. And for Magnus Carlsen, maybe it's too late for a recovery, but he's trying his best to make his way back into the top of the standings. He beats Mastro Vasilis from Greece, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the big game of the round, turning a lost position into a winning one in those final seconds.
Yeah, that was super exciting. And Levon, despite losing, is still going to be half a point ahead of Dubov because Dubov didn't manage to win. So that's how big was his margin, the margin he had built up over the course of this tournament, that even a loss is still leaving him in first place. Arjun Erigaisi on 12 points. He is continuing to hold his own against the top players in the world. Very happy to see him doing so well. Maxime also works his way up to this group. So this is already starting to look like a very elite group of players. And the only names here that are even just slightly surprising are Arjun Erigaisi and Haik Martirosyan. But again, Martirosyan, well-known name from chess.com's Title Tuesdays, a very successful player online. And so these guys have already shown that they're capable of playing against the best players in the world. So them being up here is not that surprising.
And we got important results from the women's section as well. And it's Osobayeva winning again with the white pieces. But importantly, she now also was assisted by the former champion Katarina Lagno because Lagno has beat Gunina, who was the one chasing the Kazakh youngster on board 1.
Yeah, as you predicted, Asobayeva continued her winning ways. Doesn't look like anyone can stop her. And Lagno did her big service by beating her closest competitor, Gunina. Canero also took down Vaishali in the Inter-India battle.
And actually, despite losing this round, Gunina is still in second place, but that means Asobayeva, she has a 2-point lead with only 3 rounds remaining. She's gonna win this.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, she has already faced all the best players in the tournament, so now they're pairing up people to her that are just, they're not even a very famous names in the game. So yeah, it looks like the path for her is pretty clear to the title.
So if she gets another 1.5 points, there is no one in theory who can even stop her. But for instance, if Asobayeva wins the next round and Gunina does not win, then we can already crown a champion.
Exactly, because we have to remember that the women's tournament has only 17 rounds. There's only 3 more rounds left to play. The guys are playing 21 rounds, so we're gonna be watching them for longer. But the women's tournament will be finishing in just three games.
And that's because there are fewer participants in the women's section. And we'll come back and talk more about the results and the implications when we're back after a break.
how many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Welcome back to the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Irina Krush, and these are the standings in the open section. Levon Avronyan spoiling an opportunity to win his game. That means it's so much closer right now, with Daniil Dubov chasing just half a point behind the Armenian. Armenian, who has now switched to the U.S. Federation. And so the matchup for the next round, in a way, then will not be an all-Armenian duel, as Avronyan is taking on Marit. I'm really struggling with this name.
Martirosyan. I can, you can pay me, and I'm going to pronounce all the Armenian names.
That sounds like a good deal for me. Also, in these top boards, it's Duda against Dubov, the match of the dudes. Was that okay?
That was good. That was a good pun. I like that. Yep.
Also up there is Erigaisi against Maxim Vacher-Lagrave to wrap up those top guys. And we do have some news as to why Hikaru Nakamura is not on the list. Unfortunately, Hikaru this morning tested positive for COVID. And he has been forced to withdraw from the tournament. We wish Hikaru all the best as he tries to recover. With that in mind, we're switching our attention over to the women's section, where we might be watching a championship game coming up, because they are playing 17 rounds total. They just have 3 remaining.
Yes, that's right. And we're going to see, can anyone stop Bibisara Asobayeva? She has really been like a tank in this tournament, going through the best players in the field with nearly a perfect score, giving up just 1.5 points in 14 games. And that one of those losses came on pretty early to Valentina Gunina. So since then, she's been winning pretty much everything. And she's got a big matchup right now against Katarina Lagno, who is the reigning Women's World Blitz champion and the highest rated Blitz player in the field, at almost 2,600 rating in Blitz. So if anyone can beat Asobayeva, it is Lagno. But will it be done? We're going to find out, because we're going to be following this game for this round.
And we'll also make sure to check out Gunina, because if it looks like Asobayeva is winning her game, then the result in Gunina's game can be the decider to tell us whether or not we will crown a champion here and now. As we switch our cameras, featuring on the left side with the white pieces, it's Katarina Lagno, and on the right hand side, the woman of the... Well, I was going to say the woman of the hour, but it's really the woman of the week. She made a silver medal in the Rapid Championship, finishing just 2 days ago. And now she has a commanding lead in the Blitz.
Yeah, she had a great Rapid Championship, and she won her last round game against Nana Zagnidze to claim a share of, well, not even a share, just clear second place. That was really impressive, and the only thing that stopped her from doing even better was an absolutely brilliant Alexandra Kostenyuk. But now this is Bibisara's time to shine, and she's got a 2.5 point advantage over Katarina Lagno. That is huge, with only 3 rounds left to play.
And now in frame, it's Vladislav Artemiev of Russia, one of the top-rated Blitz players in the world. He's been working his way up the standings, and is now having a lively discussion with his opponent to be about some of the previous rounds and games he has played today.
Yeah, so we're about to watch Lagno take on Asobayeva. Also, Gunina is playing her teammate Shuvalova, and Abdumalik playing Konero. So Kostanyuk playing Vaishali. So we're having lots of really interesting pairings on the women's side as the top players have risen to the top of the standings.
And the games will be starting in 2 minutes. Games starting every half hour. And here, the top board of the open event, Levon Aronyan, spoiling a huge opportunity in his previous games against Vachel Lagrave. He now needs to reset and make sure he doesn't tilt and keeps his calm and uses this opportunity with the white pieces.
Yeah, I mean, in the open side, we got Eric Geisy playing Vachier. That's a big test for the young Indian player. We've also got two heavyweights, Giri and Nepomniachtchi, facing off. There are just so many great pairings, and it's a shame that we can't watch them all. We got to choose one.
The one we have chosen is the one where we could be crowning a world champion this round. Bibisara Asobayeva on the right-hand side, facing the reigning champion Lagno on the left.
Good thing for Lagno that she is white, and we can expect her to open with e4. That is her customary opening move, although of course she can vary with d4 as well. But for the most part, she's an e4 player. I expect her to stick with that. And what is Asobayeva going to play as black against e4? I feel like we haven't actually seen her games as black against e4 yet in this tournament. Will it be like a sharp Sicilian or a more calm e4, e5?
We are going to find out, because it's 5:30 in Poland. The games are starting. And yes, you were right. The e4 best by test on the board. And Asobayeva, in a game where draw would be an amazing result, she's going for the Sicilian, considered one of the most tricky openings in chess.
Oh, isn't the move g4 good here? I feel like she played a bad move order, and white has this tricky move g4, and it gets very dangerous for black, although she doesn't seem fazed by this. But as far as I know, that the move order she used was a bit inaccurate. And let's see if Lagno can take advantage of this. Obviously, white has played a very aggressive pawn push, which is what the Sicilian is all about, attacking the opponent's king. And that's what Lagno is doing by pushing up that g-pawn, kicking out black's knight from the center, and also putting herself in a better position to take control of the d5 square with the knight, where she just goes.
So white with that nicely placed knight in the middle. Asobayeva facing early pressure in this game.
Yeah, we can expect white to move up her pawn to h4 and h5 and just keep going with those pawns for white to castle queenside. I mean, at least the good news for us, if we want some suspense in the tournament, we would like Katerina to get some chances in this game, and the opening is working out pretty well. But Bibisara sacrificing the b5 pawn.
Yeah, her pawn moves forward on the queen side, but that means she's left this guy, the one on b5, on pre. That one can be captured by the white bishop. Lagno still deciding whether or not she wants to capture it. First, she makes a trade between bishop and knight, and she actually has two possible ways now of capturing a black pawn, and yet she chooses neither.
Yeah, she chose a very solid move. I guess she didn't want to get her rook stuck in the corner on a1. This is understandable. She's still got two pawns under attack. And it is nice to have the rook on the open file. Queen d6 is a big threat. She wouldn't really mind having her king stuck in the center if there's going to be a queen trade. And Bibisara answers with knight c5, attacking the e4 pawn.
That's a big threat on White's central pawn, but Lagno doesn't care. She just goes ahead with the trade she was getting ready, goes for the queen trade, putting the queens up against each other. There's a trade, and then the black knight is able to capture the pawn in the middle. Lagno saying now that she has this under control. The black pawn on b5 will be lost. There's no way to save it. However, Bibisara is just focusing instead on creating counterplay, pushing her pawn down the left-hand side, opening up for her rook.
Yeah, that was a really annoying move for White, that a3 move, because it weakened a bunch of squares on White's queen side and opened up Black's rook and the c3 square for her knight where she goes. And even though White has a bunch of extra pawns on the queen side, they're very weak. The a3 pawn is ripe for the picking. And I'm not sure that White is going to be able to win this. I think things have definitely gone wrong for Lagno.
Okay, but let me come with this theory. Is Black gonna be able to win this? Could Bibisara decide the championship here and now? Yes, she is down a pawn at the moment, but there are so many black pawns, black pieces pointing against the pawn on a2, so that material could equalize pretty soon.
Yeah, I still don't feel like Lagno needs to lose this position. It looks like they're going into a bunch of trades, and White will be having the pawn on c2 versus Black's pawn on e5. I think a draw is still the most likely result, but can something else happen? Yes, it's still unbalanced enough for there to be a decisive result in this game.
So Asobayeva capturing that pawn on a2, that equalizes the number of pawns. Trades are being made. First, the white knight captured the black knight. The bishops are traded as well. We remain with a knight for black, a bishop for white, an equal amount of pawns.
Yeah, White's definitely not in any danger. I mean, the bishop is good in this open position. She's got active rook that she just put on the open file. I wouldn't worry for White. I would actually be more careful for Black in this position, because like right now her knight was in trouble. It had to move all the way back to the b8, a pretty passive square.
So maybe the white rooks can make something happen here. Lagno focusing now on her opponent's king, trying to get pieces in that general vicinity, getting her rook over as well. That rook is going to maneuver itself, trying to checkmate Black's king. And in fact, this is massive trouble for Asobayeva.
It feels really uncomfortable. It's interesting how we've seen today that even in endgames where it looks like not much is happening, things actually can happen, and you can win games out of not very large advantages and not a lot of pieces on the board. But f5, really good defensive move by Asobayeva, attacking the bishop, although it still looks like she might lose a pawn, but it's at least not going to be dangerous for her king.
Yeah, that rook was so important, getting it over from the left side to the right side to help out the defense of Black's king. Lagno makes the exchange of rooks and manages to have a double attack, attacking both the king and the pawn. Lagno now with an extra pawn, but the white pawns are not working together very well. They are what we call split pawns, not standing next to each other, not protecting each other. And that is why Asobayeva may still manage to save this game.
She may, but it's still going to be work for her. I mean, she's not going to equalize the number of pawns. Like, the knight is too passive, and there's a good chance she'll lose the e5 pawn to bishop f6 check. So she's going to have to suffer a bit to make this draw.
When offered the opportunity, she does get rid of as many white pawns as possible here, capturing the one on c2. Lagno infiltrating with her bishop will be trying to give a check to the king and putting pressure on the pawn in the middle. No, she does not. Instead, she uses her rook to get the other black pawn.
Yeah, interesting. She decides that eliminating the f pawn is better than eliminating the e pawn. Okay, I don't know what the difference is, but now she's going to have to defend against king g6 threat, and she does that by protecting her bishop. What Well, what are her chances to win this endgame? She's going to have to improve her king, improve her rook. I think she's got chances. I think it's still a game that it's possible for white to win.
But it's also possible for white to lose, because we're just coming off watching a game where Levon Avronian had a winning situation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and yet managed to lose the game. However, here with white's rook pointing down on the black knight and on the black rook, you can see that these pieces are in trouble now. And Lagno bringing her bishop in, threatening the knight. The knight cannot move because then the rook is lost. Katarina Lagno is going to win this game and make sure there's still excitement in the women's section.
Yeah, Bibisara made a huge blunder. She forgot about that pin, and there was no way to save that knight. Now it's easily winning for Lagno. That was a nice turn of events for her, and it is kind of nice for us in the tournament because it leaves a lot more suspense as we go into the final 2 rounds of the day for the women.
And Bibisara not resigning just yet. She's her king is cut off on the side of the board, so she's just walking it up and down. And Lagno deciding here that she wanted her king to the left instead of, to the right of the board instead of the left.
Yeah, and after this game, maybe we can take a look at the Gunina-Shuvalova game, and they're in the rook endgame that still has some suspense. So as the suspense ends here, and Bibisara is probably getting close to resigning. I'm not sure what she's really hoping for because Katarina still has quite a bit of time, and she has a bishop and a pawn extra. But we could try to go to that rook endgame, although that might end in a draw as well.
Unfortunately, we don't have a camera on that, but we're just going to follow the end here as Lagno makes her way up the board with her king supported by the bishop and pawn. There's no way black is going to survive this. Lagno just carefully getting further and further up, forcing the resignation from Asobayeva. And that means there's still excitement to be had in the women's section. Also, here in the open, it's with the white pieces. Levon Avronian trying to extend his lead. He has a rook, but his opponent has a queen. So Levon Avronian down a queen, but he does have 2 quite tricky pawns in the middle of the board. And I'm not at all sure that the queen will be able to win this one.
What a crazy position. It looks like he's heading towards some kind of a fortress. Of course, the e6 pawn is something that black can win pretty easily. But is this a fortress? Because white's pawns are a little bit further up the board than they would like to be on f3 and g4. And will he be able to make a draw just by keeping the rook on f5? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. Will Martirosyan play the spoiler for Aronian in this tournament?
That would be quite the revenge with Aronian leaving the Armenian national team this year. Now it's an Armenian who might spoil a potential world champion title.
I do think that it still looks pretty drawish. I mean, I don't see how black is making progress because even his king seems to be in the wrong part of the board. He has to make sure he doesn't lose the g-pawn, although it's dangerous to capture it as well. Yeah, look at that. Aronian feels so confident that he's not even hiding his king behind the pawns. He's just like running around with the king, and it's a draw. I mean, there's no way that... Wait, there are tricks here. There's tricks.
Yeah, no, look at the eval bar. The eval bar is saying this is going to be a win for black. The question is whether or not the queen will sacrifice itself on the rook at the opportune moment. And he does. He does take the rook, and he has defeated Levon Avronian. Avronian losing a second game in a row. His hopes of winning this tournament have been drastically changed. And now I'm expecting there to be a new guy on top of the standings if we can get our layout where we have the results from the other top boards. We can see that with this win, Avronian has lost, but that has enabled Dubov to step up. And Dubov is having such a fantastic day 2 in this Blitz tournament that has put him in first place in the standings right now.
I gotta say, we just witnessed a pretty shocking finale to the game between Aronian and Martirosyan. Like, I was saying that Aronian is confidently moving out his king into the middle of the board, and then I was like, wait, this just seems like a terrible idea because his king got stuck on the queen side, and black was able to sacrifice his queen for the rook and pawn to get into a winning king and pawn endgame. Aronian didn't have to do any of that. Like, he could have just kept his king in a standard position close to the pawns, and I don't see a way that the black could have broken through there. So that is actually really surprising, and I feel like Aronian committed a bit of harakiri in this endgame.
As the results are updating, we are going to make sure that we have the full scoop when we after our break here for a quick summary of the top results in the women's section. Katarina Lagno defeating the person who has seemed invincible thus far, Asobayeva, but at the same time, Gunina, who was in second place, fails to win her game. And that means Asobayeva, looking at the standings with 2 rounds remaining, she still has 1.5 points more than her opponent. And that means if she wins the next one, she can still be crowned the world champion 1 round before the end.
Yeah, well, thanks to Katarina Lagno for making this more interesting. Nothing is sewn up yet by Asobayeva. Of course, one of the mysteries is like who is left for her to play in the women's side. We're going to find out soon after we come back from our break.
Welcome back to the World Blitz Championship. We're going down to the final rounds and the excitement that entails. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. With me is Irina Krush. And one of the unfortunate happenstances today is the big news that Hikaru Nakamura, ahead of today's games, tested positive for the COVID virus. And as such, he had to withdraw from the event. So that was some bad news coming in there. Hikaru now not going to be able to fight for his first ever Blitz World Championship title. Another person who's not fighting for the title is Magnus Carlsen, the reigning champion. Because when we're looking at the standings, Magnus is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it is pretty much impossible for him to become champion now. He has 11.5 points, which is 2 points less than the leader, Dubov. So Dubov, we can say that he really got the wind in his sails this morning, at least morning in New York time, when he got the forfeit win against Hikaru Nakamura. So instead of facing the ferocious speed expert Hikaru, he got a free point there, and ever since then, it's been a great day for him. Now that Levon Aronian has lost 2 in a row, I'm sure he's really disappointed about that. Dubov has overtaken him at the top of the open standings.
Still not easy for Dubov that now, having to face off against Vacher Lagrave with the black pieces. Aronian needing to strike back after 2 straight losses. He will have the white pieces against Artemiev. But the big headlines being made right now is Bibisara Azaubayeva leading the women's tournament. There's 2 rounds remaining there, and considering that Bibisara has a 1.5 point lead, that means she's gonna win it if she wins this one. However, it's not going to be easy. She's been paired with the black pieces against the top female player of the world. It's Alexandra Goryachkina.
That is right. Azaubayeva is getting her second black in a row to face Goryachkina, who has 2 points less than her, but really wants to keep adding to her collection of points, trying to get into the medals in this event. Goryachkina still needs to surpass Lagno and Gunina just to get herself into second place. So this competition is still really stiff on the women's boards. I mean, yes, Azaubayeva is the favorite to take the gold medal, but there's, first of all, a lot of competition for the second and third places, and even the gold medal is still not guaranteed for her.
So this is the situation. Azaubayeva, if she wins, she will win the tournament. However, a draw can also be good enough for her, given that neither Gunina or Lagno manages to win their games. So we're really going to be focusing on all those 3 top games, trying to keep up to speed, whether Gunina is looking to win her game, if Lagno is looking to win their game, and if neither of those 2 Russian players chasing the Kazakh youngster manages to win their game, then actually even a loss could be enough for no, actually, what am I saying? Goryachkina would try and chase Azaubayeva if she loses. So yeah, a draw could be enough for her, but to clinch the title, the best thing to do is, as always, win.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to see how things change so much in the Blitz, and players who have not been doing well have a chance to go on a hot streak and catch up. For example, on board 3, we have Dzagnidze playing Gunina. Dzagnidze has just won 4 in a row. She hasn't been having a great tournament at all. The first day was, you know, kind of so-so. Now with 4 in a row, she is back in the contention for the top prizes. So there's so much at stake for the ladies in these last 2 rounds.
And at the board already, it's Alexandra Goryachkina adjusting her white pieces. If she wins this, she is going to be 1 point behind Azaubayeva, which, you know, with Asobayeva in that instance losing 2 in a row, you could easily see her losing another one in which Goryachkina hasn't given up the hopes of a world championship title just yet.
Yeah, I'm really, really anticipating this battle because Sobayeva has been in great form, but now she's being really tested by the best female players in the world. Garyachkina, rated over 2,600 in classical chess, has become the best female player after Hao Yifan, who is playing less these days. And Garyachkina is just really the top name in the women's game at the moment. So this is a matchup that Garyachkina can definitely take, especially since she has the white pieces.
And the other big matchup of the round, it's Dubov with the black pieces sitting here at the board already. He's facing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave of France as Vachier gets some hydration to finish off the last 3 games in the open section. So 3 more games for the open and 2 more games
as well. I'm so sorry we spoke over each other, Yoon. That was an accident. But yeah, it would be great to catch this game as well. It's always very nice when there is still some games going on as we finish on one side and we're catching the action for the remaining games. So maybe we will return to this game, which is super important on the open side.
Other important games are Vladislav Artemiev sitting down with the black pieces, and in the background, Valentina Gunina. She hasn't given up hope just yet. If Goryachkina can take down the first placed Asobayeva, that means Gunina, with a win, could actually get involved not only in the fight for the medals, but actually still have a chance for the gold valor of those medals.
Yeah, and I see in our Twitch chat, someone was asking, why are we watching the women's game again after watching them in the last round? Well, just to explain, I mean, there is a lot at stake. The women are playing 1 round fewer today than the guys, and the champion is going to be decided sooner, so we have less of an opportunity to follow their games. And also, Asobayeva is being tested by the top women. So it's not like, we're waiting for her to face players like that. The reigning women's Blitz champion, Katerina Lagno, the #1 rated female player in the world, other than Hao Yifan, Garyachkina. So I think these matchups offer a lot of suspense.
And here we see them sitting ready at the board. We're starting at the top of the hour, and that's in just 1 minute. Goryachkina with the white pieces could hand Asobayeva yet another defeat. That would be her second in a row in that case. So this is the moment to keep your cool. And if she manages to defend, maybe making a draw here, I'm pretty sure we'll see a Kazakh gold medal. But right now, a loss would place her in a very dangerous psychological state.
Yeah, and we have seen her play the King's Indian defense against Valentina Gunina earlier in the tournament. Is she planning to play this opening again in such an important game? Of course, if she does, it just bodes more excitement for us because it's the most double-edged and sharp opening in chess, an opening that has a long tradition of the greatest players in the world playing it with the black pieces. Before Garry Kasparov, before Bobby Fischer, there was Efim Geller, Svetozar Gligorich, Mikhail Tal, and they're off.
We do have a D4 opening, and yes, it is the King's Indian being chosen by Sobayeva. She has some very aggressive black openings, and Goryachkina immediately taking charge in the middle, using all of her pawns to do so.
Yes, Garyachkina choosing a variation against the King's Indian called the Zamish, which involves using the white F pawn to support the center instead of putting the knight there. So white in this line does not allow black to get the typical attack on the king that black is going for. This is very much keeping Garyachkina's style. I'm not surprised to see her choose a line like this against the king's Indian at all.
And black still trying to push that pawn up along the side of the board, forcing the white knight into the corner. A big decision there from Goryachkina, who really wants to improve that placement really soon.
Yeah, black has pushed her pawn all the way to h3. Now Goryachkina is thinking, should I push up my pawn 1 square or 2? She chooses 1. It might seem really unusual for black's pawn to be sitting all the way on h3 in this position, but this is actually very typical course of events for this line.
And that knight in the corner wants to rejoin the action, comes in here with a fourth move in just 16 total. And in the meantime, Asobayeva is making a pawn sacrifice on the opposite flank.
Yeah, look at how aggressive she is. She just played that pawn sack on the queen side without any hesitation to open up the file for the rook. And Goryachkina knew she had to take that pawn because otherwise black's position on the queen side would be too strong. And Asobayeva calmly challenging the bishop to open up the way for the rook on the b file.
I really like this play from Asobayeva. She's given up a pawn, yes, but look at the activity of her pieces. In particular, the rook pointing down the board. There's also the option of the knight trying to come forward afterwards. Both of those ideas actually stopped by Goryachkina when she both controls the c4 square with her queen, stopping the knight and also protecting her own pawn.
Yeah, this is a super sharp situation. I mean, perfect for blitz chess. Black, of course, has some initiative on that open file. White's king's position is a little compromised, but on the other hand, white is up a pawn. White also has their eyes on the pawn on h3 that is busy being protected by the queen. So black is also a little limited in how to improve the minor pieces that black has. Overall, white is doing a good job at keeping things together.
And look at the time situation. Goryachkina is down a full minute out of this opening. Yes, she does have an extra pawn, but a minute in blitz chess, that is such a big advantage for Asobayeva. And it's also a way of seeing that she's really confident about this pawn sacrifice she's made.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly harder for white to play. Asobayeva's last move is almost like just passing the turn to white. It does make a particular threat. She's probably thinking about knight c4. Yeah, it is harder for white to play. That's the thing. White needs to think about how to consolidate, kind of activate their pieces. She plays her knight back to d1. It's a passive move by Goryachkina.
And that made a big change in the eval bar on the left side. It's now almost, it's mostly black. And that's because black has an advantage with the best move here. And that best move is queen to b5, a very difficult move to find. The idea is that if there's an exchange of queens, then the black knight will be able to give a check in towards white's king. And that would completely ruin the pawn formation white has going with the pawns defending each other up the board. So this is a critical moment for Asobayeva to find that queen trade maneuver. And she doesn't find it. She did think for a very long time, but she didn't realize there was tactics on the loose right here. Instead, she tries to open up for her bishop pointing down the board.
Yeah, well, at least it's going to make it more exciting for us. That was a really big opportunity for her, and it shows you why you have to be careful about making your pieces passive on the back rank. And Goryachkina takes this opportunity to activate her rook. Now that her b2 pawn is protected by the knight, she's going to trade off some pieces. That's not a bad idea to get something going on the back rank.
And Asobayeva, she wants to increase the pressure on white's position, now putting these two pawns in attention between each other.
How about f4? Can you just go f4, maybe start kicking back that knight? It would be nice to get rid of him and have him stop looking at your f3 pawn the way he's been doing for this whole game. Or maybe just bring the knight back to c3.
F4 is the chosen move for Goryachkina, but that allows Asobayeva to move further forward. We're going to have a very tricky end to this game with both players getting low on time. Goryachkina just 35 seconds left, while the Kazakh girl has 1 minute more than that.
Yeah, the problem is it's just like it is easier for black to play in a way. Black's king is safer. White has that extra pawn still. But white's king, if anything goes wrong, white's king is toast. So Goryachkina's going to have to be very careful about her position.
Those black pawns will be fantastic in helping an attack if black can just try to maneuver their queen somehow into the heart of white's position.
Yeah, so black is putting pressure on the e4 pawn. The white needs to do something with the rook. There you go. I kind of like Goryachkina's move. It's nice to give support to that pawn. But how to win for Goryachkina? It's really hard, and she's getting low on time. Probably she shouldn't be thinking about winning at this point.
She's bringing her king into the game, but that just is going to put that king in a more vulnerable position. And Asobayeva pounces on this opportunity to put even more pressure towards the pawn in the middle. The king actually just steps back. She realizes her own mistake and decides that, oh no, that king needs to get out of there.
Yeah, although I'm kind of happy for Goryachkina getting that rook trade. I'm not sure why Asobayeva went for that. The more pieces you trade, kind of the easier it is for white to protect the king. So for the moment, white is still holding everything together, and black has to be careful about e5. Can she just go e5 here? I think she can. I think I would, but she doesn't do that. She plays the more conservative pawn move b3.
And that has completely changed the eval bar. Look at it, almost completely black on the side. And there's a capture in the middle. This could be Asobayeva getting her world championship title. She's making a breakthrough with her queen. The black queen is infiltrating towards white's position. Those trades did lead black into getting an extra pawn. Getting a pawn, and now she's getting another one. The question is whether or not Goryachkina now can try to make an attack against the black king. So far, she's failing in doing so. And look at this. Bibi Sara with her queen can go for the queen trade. If the queens are traded, she's going to win this game. And she does go for it. The queens are traded off the board. The bishop coming in against the white king to give a check. And Goryachkina resigns. Asobayeva is the world champion.
Wow, what a game. What a game to beat the, 2600 rated player on your way to becoming the world Blitz champion. Asobayeva got the result she deserved based on this game. She played very aggressively with the black pieces, staying true to her King's Indian opening, sacrificing a pawn for the open file and pressure. And Goryachkina, she had her chances, but she played a little too passively at a few key moments, and Bibi Sara pounced with those tactics.
And look at that. That's a chess player celebration from Bibi Sara, not flinching a muscle in her face as we join Aronian trying to win a game. Aronian has lost 2 games in a row, and it's not looking good now either. It's Artemiev with an extra pawn. One of those pawns, one step away from becoming a new queen. If Artemiev can get a pawn going on the right side as well, he's going to win this game. And Aronian not really doing anything to stop that pawn in its tracks. Artemiev getting the pawn forward. Aronian is going to lose this game. I'm certain of it. The white rook is unable to contribute to the game, and Aronian resigns. What a collapse from Aronian. He had the lead in this tournament, but now he's lost 3 in a row, and he's been overtaken by Dubov already. Now Artemiev is going to go ahead of the player playing some of his first tournaments representing the US. We can also see Magnus Carlsen making a slight comeback towards the end here, beating the top African player Bassem Amin. So that was some thrilling finishes right there.
Yeah, amazing. And you can see what a good-natured guy Levon is, because after he's been losing these heartbreaking games, I mean, he still kind of gives a smile to his opponent as he extends his hand in resignation. I don't know if I could do that, to be honest, Yoon. But I admire the people who can. And
Another player,
Mhm.
another player who had to resign right now, that's Aryun Erigaisi, one of your favorites, Irina. There is a threat with the White Queen threatening the Black King and the Black Rook at the same time. That means it's all she wrote. And Alireza Firouzja also trying to make a bit of a comeback here, winning against one of his other young opponents.
Yeah, so the big result was the draw between Vachier and Dubov, which means that that's good news for Dubov. He stays on top of the standings at 14 points out of 19, and he is going to be pursued by a number of players. Of course, there are some results that we still need to figure out. Oh, there we have them.
And yeah, one of those results is Kirill Alexyenko, who here with the black pieces wins the game as he gives a check to the king. The king is forced to move away, but then this pawn was actually one square away from becoming a new queen, and two queens against nil. That is just an unfair struggle, and Alexyenko is victorious in this matchup.
So actually, Dubov is being very closely pursued by Artemyev, who has just moved on to 13.5 points. Wow. So just half a point less, and Vachier Lagrave half a point less. There is so much left to play for in these last two rounds of the Open. We have the winner of the women's Blitz. So now we're going to be focusing on figuring out who is going to win the Open Blitz Championship.
And that could be actually not just could be, that is gonna be some of the guys we see on the board right here. Looking at the results, it gives us the following standings, where Daniil Dubov is in the lead. He retains his lead with a draw against Vachier Lagrave, but Artemyev taking the opportunity to win, putting him half a point behind Dubov as well. Aronian, despite losing 3 in a row, he's actually still in 4th place, but I'm not sure anyone has the mental fortitude to come back after such a disappointing run of results. Still missing Magnus Carlsen, not in the top 8. And while we're at it with the results, we can also take a look at the big one. Azobayeva beating Goryachkina. That means she is the world champion, and she did it in style, giving us the following medals. No, actually not medals. They still have 1 round to go, but considering the fact that Azobayeva has a 2-point lead, there's no one who can catch her.
That's right. I mean, but Humpy Koneru and Nana Zagnidze both won their games, and Humpy Koneru is positioned very well to get herself the silver medal, while Nana Zagnidze has positioned herself well to fight for one of the medals as well.
So the fight for silver will be between Kostenyuk and Koneru, and we're going to be back with more of this World Blitz Championship drama after a break. Hello and welcome back to the World Blitz Chess Championship. We just crowned a winner in the women's section, but first we're gonna be looking at the open section because we are missing Magnus Carlsen and we're missing Hikaru Nakamura, and that there's a very there's an unfortunate reason for that. Because this tweet came in from Hikaru Nakamura this morning. As he explains, he tested positive for the COVID virus and had to withdraw from the tournament. The reason Magnus Carlsen is missing is because he's been losing games left, right, and center. And now he's not in the top 8. However, as I was saying, the women's, we crowned a champion. So we're gonna also sum that up with Asobayeva of Kazakhstan taking a very well-deserved gold medal there. She has a 2-point lead with 1 round remaining, so there's no one who can catch her.
Yes, Bibi Sara has had a dominating Blitz event, and there is still intrigue left in the women's side. We got the question is, who is going to get the silver and bronze medals? And Humpy Conero and Alexandra Kosteniuk, they seem to be in good position to do so, but they have pretty tough pairings, both of them. We got Shuvalova playing Conero. Kosteniuk versus her friend Lagno is actually really funny because that's a replay of their last round game from the World Rapid Championship when they were also paired in the final round, of course, in a different situation then. And Nana Zagnidze, who lost her last round in the Rapid, she's got a tough pairing against Asobayeva as she battles for her place on the podium.
And the pairings of the open section brings us to a big matchup, a redemption of sorts. It's Magnus Carlsen facing off against Jan Nepomniachtchi, the two players who played each other in the classical world championship match earlier this month. A match that Carlsen won convincingly, and now they're facing again. And actually, that matchup is going to be one of Carlsen needing to win if he's to have any chance to get involved in the fight for the medal. Because right now, gold medal for the reigning champion, the Norwegian, is not in the cards.
Yeah, that is definitely a game that holds a lot of interest for the audience, a replay of their world championship match. And we also got Dubov playing Firouzja. I think that's a game that is going to be super exciting as Firouzja finally makes it into the very top tables of the tournament. I mean, he's so well known for his skills, having beaten Magnus Carlsen in a Banter Blitz championship online in 2020 when he was just 16 years old, I believe. So that was quite a sensation, and it's good to see him up here showing his skills.
And as we were talking about the pairings for the women's section, Zobayeva can just relax with the white pieces. She is the champion no matter what. But no one likes. Everyone likes to finish in style. And as Irina was saying earlier, there's a fight for the silver medal going on.
Yeah, I mean, she could be taking it easy, but her opponent, Zagnidze, is definitely not. A lot is at stake for Zagnidze, who has 11 points, and she's half a point behind Conero and Kosteniuk, and she's trying to catch them. So a win for Zagnidze would actually mean a lot to her, especially, oh, this is way too funny. They're again playing each other in the final game of the championship like they did in the Rapid. So we got Kosteniuk Lagno and Asobayeva Zagnidze having a replay of their last round matchups in the Rapid Championship. That's really just quite an ironic pairing.
Yeah, a replay there as we see the players sitting down. A lot more of the players in the women's section getting ready for the round. We're 2 minutes out, and Alsobayeva sitting down at her board. Did you notice her celebration after she won that decisive game earlier? There
Yeah,
was
you
just
mean no
nothing.
celebration, right? The absolute
Just
lack of celebration.
yeah, that was incredible. And it's kind of like honor code among chess players that you don't celebrate at the board out of respect, out of, I guess, both your opponent, but also keeping quiet for the other games still ongoing.
Yep, that is something that certainly is a characteristic of chess players. And we're going to see we have Nepomniachtchi sitting at the board and Magnus coming to the board. They just shook hands really briefly. Not much other interaction between them, but I guess the game is about to start, so there's not a lot of time for pleasantries. Magnus is adjusting his pieces.
And these guys faced off against each other in the rapid event as well. That was a game where Jan Nepomniachtchi made an easy draw with the black pieces. Can he repeat that success? He will definitely be wanting to show that he can perform well against Magnus after what was a collapse he had in the World Championship match.
Yeah, and it is intriguing to see what move Magnus opens with. If he didn't do very well with d4 in the rapid, is he going to go back to e4 or possibly even c4? If I had to make a guess, I would say c4. What do you think, Yoon?
The English opening, I'm gonna say he goes to the same opening as last time. Oh, we were both wrong. The knight starts this game, and Magnus goes for an early fianchetto. That's what it's called when the bishop is placed on the side of the board, pointing down towards the middle.
Yeah, he's trying to set up something called the King's Indian attack, which was a favorite of Bobby Fischer's, where he doesn't start out putting the pawn so aggressively, but very soon he's going to push up that pawn to e4 and try to drive it in even further to e5.
So Magnus trying to get his pawns up. Nepomniachtchi shaking his head a little bit, and Magnus making a really interesting decision here. First, he went one step with that pawn, but as the black knight blocked the pawn's possibility of moving forward, Magnus decided, well, now I want to push my pawn further forward because you're not going to have the ability to use your pawn to put pressure on it. Some very difficult strategy going on here between these two guys.
Yes, I like what Magnus is getting from this opening, and I think that knight that Nepomniachtchi brought out to c6, he's kind of shaking his head. He seems unhappy about something. He seems really unhappy, actually, and it might be that that knight was not supposed to come out to c6 that early, and now it's on the side of the board.
Yeah, and I'm also noticing behind Magnus and Nepomniachtchi, Dzagnidze and Alsobayeva seems to have made an early draw, meaning that Dzagnidze is probably guaranteeing herself a medal, but whether or not it's the silver one is a question that remains to be seen, because if her opponent, one of her opponents in the standings win, then Dzagnidze will have to do with a bronze.
Yeah, I think it's not even so much about the medal color, Yoon. I think it's about the money, because there's players who can surpass her. I mean, there's a good chance that either Humpy or Kostyuk will win and get the silver medal, but I think she wanted to make sure that she's going to get a decent prize, and this was a very practical decision on Dzagnidze's part. Obviously, Bibisara doesn't really care. It's a fine result for her. Okay, yeah, I can understand Dzagnidze. It's not as ambitious, but it's really hard to risk it all in the last round.
And here we also see progress being made in the Carlsen-Nepomniachtchi game, and the bishops being exchanged right now. It does seem to me like Nepomniachtchi has a pretty good game going.
Yeah, the position has really simplified with these bishops on the long diagonals being traded. Nepomniachtchi's knight is still on a5, which he would like to return, I think, to the middle of the board soon. Still, Carlsen has, I think, a little bit of pressure, because his knights are more centralized, and he's got the bishop on the long diagonal pointing at Black's king.
And we're now also getting a dual board camera situation where we can follow both the Dubov game and the Alireza game. The Dubov Alireza game and the Carlsen Nepomniachtchi game at the same time. And in fact, there's been some very interesting stuff happening between Dubov and Alireza, because Alireza has managed to capture one of Dubov's rooks. And it does look as though Alireza might be winning this game, which would put him in a position to fight for the World Championship title in the last round.
Yeah, wow. Alireza has won the exchange, and his knight is stuck on a2, but it's not trapped. It has a way out via the c3 square. I actually don't really see what white has here right now. Well, he's got a pawn for the exchange, but his pawn on e2 is being attacked, and it's not so easy to protect.
Big stuff going on there. In Magnus's game, it does seem as though a lot of pieces are being traded. However, we do know how good Carlsen is with those trades. He often manages to do it favorably in such a way that puts long-term pressure on the opponent. But Nepomniachtchi seems happy to continue trades whenever possible.
No, Carlsen decided to unbalance the position. Instead of trading the bishops, he traded his bishop for a knight. I'm not sure that was really that dangerous for Black. I mean, a bishop is good in an open board where there's pawns on both sides. So I think Nepomniachtchi should be pretty satisfied with the bishop that he has.
And there's also stuff going on for Dubov, who's trying to survive this. He has the lead in the tournament, but that lead might be running away from him right now as Alireza Firouzja manages to capture another pawn to add to his collection. It's now a rook for Black versus a bishop for White. A big advantage for the youngster from Iran.
And I'm really changing my mind about the Carlsen game. I mean, I think the last few moves have gone very much in his favor. Black has allowed his pawns to be doubled. There's a nice square on f5 that the knight is going to try to get to. The rook is more active. So now I'm thinking that Carlsen actually has pretty good chances to win.
And Carlsen with his rook trying to attack the black pawns, but the black rook is doing the same thing, attacking the white pawns in return. Magnus threatening the pawn on f6, but Nepomniachtchi not doing anything to protect it. We're going to be seeing a pawn race here with Magnus just taking one black pawn after another. In the meantime, Nepomniachtchi will be trying to get a new queen on the left-hand side, but in order to do that, he will first have to use his rook to eliminate White's last pawn there.
And there's a lot of trickiness going on in Dubov's game because he has managed to create some counterplay. He's going to win the a7 pawn and count on his a pawn. On the other hand, if he takes that pawn, Black's rook is going to come down for a check on the back rank, putting White into an unfortunate pin. But he has to take that pawn, and I believe he has taken it, and all of that has come to pass. Now he's going to block the check on the back rank and hope that that a-pawn is going to be enough counterplay.
In Magnus's game, Magnus has succeeded in capturing two black pawns. The question remains whether or not Nepomniachtchi is able to capture that white pawn on b3 because he wants to get a new queen there. And Nepomniachtchi moving his rook away, I would say he has failed completely because now Magnus will take the pawn on b4. And that was Nepomniachtchi's only hope. And now that rook could have come in to put pressure towards the black bishop. But anyway, Magnus now with two extra pawns, he's definitely winning this game. And there is the resignation from Nepomniachtchi. Magnus once again confirming that he can take down Nepomniachtchi. He did it in the Classical World Championship match, and he's done it again. We're going to now move our full focus on the time scramble in the Duda game, Dubov game. Dubov trying to get his pieces pointing in towards Black's king, but Alireza has a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen.
And he has made a queen, and he knows that he can always sack that queen for the bishop, and that's it. That is the end of the game for Firouzja, confirming his skills in Blitz chess and taking down the leader of the open section, making the end of the tournament so suspenseful for us.
What is going on right now? One leader after another getting taken down. It was Levon Aronian who came into this day with a commanding lead. However, Aronian, he lost 3 games in a row. So then Dubov took the lead. But now Dubov being taken down by Alireza Firouzja. Firouzja probably now thinking, well, I'm going to become world champion. I'm going to win this whole thing if no one else is bothered to do it.
Right, why not? Firouzja has now won 4 in a row, so it's all about streaks and Blitz chess. You just get on a hot streak, you can totally climb up in the standings, and now he has caught up to Dubov at 14 points out of 20 games. And the big question for us is, how has Artemiev done against Vachier? Because those 2 players had 13 and a half. If one of them won, then actually they would be leading the tournament, but they drew.
Yeah, the result is on our screen. That's a draw. So we're following Alexyenko against Duda, where Duda has an extra pawn. However, the bishops are of opposite, they go on opposite colors. So very often in these kind of situations, you can make a blockade. Duda, though, trying to make sure that he has this one pawn on the right side moving forward. And now he's going to try to get his pawn on the left side also moving forward. Will White be able to stop both of these pawns as they make their way to the other side, becoming new queens? The eval bar on the left-hand side, which is almost completely black, seems to suggest that this is going to be a win for the Polish player.
Yeah, the 2 pawns are just too far apart, and what a clever sacrifice by Duda. If the bishop takes the pawn, then the f pawn is going to become a queen. Okay, interesting. Now the king will come to d3. No, one of his pawns is going to cost White the bishop, and then the b7 pawn will still be on the board to win the game.
And that's it. Alexyenko has to resign. The king has come in a perfect positioning to help the pawn move further forward. Jan Krzysztof Duda wins this, and that is going to put him into a great position to make a medal playing in his home country of Poland. We see the results of the top boards coming in here. Carlsen beating Nepomniachtchi. Firouzja, very importantly, managing with the black pieces to take down Dubov, who did have the lead, and also winning Duda and Aronian. Maybe Aronian can actually come back despite losing so many games in a row.
Absolutely. He just scored a big win against Sindarov from Uzbekistan, and he's back on 14 points. Which is like, do you know that there's going to be a huge tie at 14 points? We're in for a real thriller of a final round, and we're almost certainly guaranteed a tie for first place after the final game.
And look at these guys. Are they going to be making draws in the final round and allow Magnus Carlsen to come from behind, getting up to 14.5 points? I would think not. That sounds like a terrible idea. All of these 6 guys on top of the standings right now, they're going to have to go for the win in the final round. What excitement we have in store. And we're also going to be able to confirm the results of the women's tournament when we come back after a break.
Puzzle Battle World Championship is back. Watch the very best puzzle specialists compete for their share of the 25,000 prize funds. Catch defending champion GM Ray Robson, Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, GM Hikaru Nakamura, and many more. It all goes down January 6th to the 9th, daily, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. More info is at go.chess.com/puzzlechamp.
And with that, we're back from the World Blitz Championship. And unfortunately, not in contention today. The big news this morning was that Hikaru Nakamura tested positive for the COVID virus and had to withdraw from the tournament. With that in mind, we wish Hikaru a speedy recovery, but it also means that he's not on the top 8 in the standings with just one round remaining. Here it is. Daniil Dubov, despite losing this game, he managed to keep hold of his first place. But I do think if anyone is going to win this tournament, they're going to need a win in this final round.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't expect anybody to play it safe in this last round if they want a share of that first place. I think the players already had a little warning with what happened at the end of the Rapid Championship that not all of them are going to qualify for the tie breaks just because they're on the same number of points. So they know that their best chance to get into a tie break is to win. In fact, not all of them are even guaranteed to get into the tie break if they do win. So I think that everyone should be going all out in this final round.
And the rules of the event is as such. If there's a tie on points after this next final round, it means that only the top 2 players will be qualified for the playoff to decide the gold medal. So that will be exciting. It's very likely we will see a playoff, but who knows who has the psychology, the mental strength to win now with everything on the line in the final round. We're gonna double check who is playing who, make sure we get that right. Also, the final standings for the women's section, we're getting that ready after we take a quick break to recheck all our numbers. And we're back with the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. With me is Arena Crush. And these are the pairings for the final round.
Yeah, super suspenseful. We got Vachier Lagrave. Not really very lucky for him, I would say. I mean, he's in the leading group, but he's been paired down to Magnus Carlsen, who has half a point less. So I think his pairing was quite unfavorable. But at the other hand, all these guys are so strong that no one is getting an easy pairing on any of these boards. We got Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing Vladislav Artemiev, and the game that we will be focusing on most of the time, Alireza Firouzja coming off a big win against Daniil Dubov, against Levon Aronian, and Dubov getting paired down to Anish Giri, I mean, who has a point less, but a lot to play for still.
So, Irina, if you are one of the guys on the top of the table, like Aronian and Artemiev, but now having to play with the black pieces, what is your approach to the game? Do you still have to go for the win?
You know, I think in a blitz game, the colors don't matter as much. I think they should just play normally. Probably not go crazy. I would say in this last round game, just play their normal chess, and if they get chances, they get chances. I think that would be my approach, because there's so much still left unknown. You can't control all the other people's results. So going completely crazy in this round, I wouldn't do that with the black pieces. I would just play my game.
But with the white pieces, is that when you kind of just go all out for the win? 4 of the players who are in shared lead right now did get the advantage of the white pieces. So both Vachier Lagrave, Duda, Firouzja, and Dubov can get the gold medal here with a win and having the white pieces to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I do expect white to come with more expectations for the game, and for white to be more aggressive in these games. I mean, they have to be. There's so much at stake for them. The World Blitz Champion title, and 6 players are still in contention for this. So it really makes for a very exciting last round that I haven't seen too often, these kinds of scenarios where like everybody can still be the champion.
And at the most, we will be having 6 players in shared first place after this final round. We're expecting it to thin out the herd a little bit with this one because we are expecting people to go for the win. And here, sitting down at the board, it's Alireza Firouzja, the youngster from Iran, moving with his family to France, also switching federations there. He could now get his new federation a world championship title.
Yeah, there's 2 Frenchmen on those top boards going for first place. I have to say, probably out of all of these, I would still like to see Levon Aronian do well. He has had a great tournament, and then he had a very tough streak of like 3 losses in a row. It's amazing that he's still in contention for first. And he has recently switched his federation to the USA, and it's his first tournament representing the USA in official competition.
And here at the board, Maxime Vachier Lagrave, is he unlucky to be paired against Magnus Carlsen, or is that the kind of, you just gotta beat the guy in front of you if you're gonna be deserving of the title?
He's a little bit unlucky, but on the other hand, Carlsen has already lost 5 games in this tournament. So if you're going to have to play him in a must-win situation, this is not the worst time to play him.
Also sitting down at his board, it's Vladislav Artemiev. Oh, actually here we're first going to catch the arrival of Magnus Carlsen to the board. Carlsen can, in theory, get as many points as the leaders. If he wins and all the rest of the games are drawn, then Magnus could make his way up on the same amount of points. So he's not given up on medals just yet. Now in frame, it's the hometown hero. It's Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing in Poland, for Poland, trying to repeat or actually improve on when he managed to get the silver medal in the Blitz World Championship previously. Now he wants the gold.
Yeah, Jan-Christoph Duda has had a very up and down tournament. We saw one of his games early on when he lost to the Russian player Demidov. So he didn't really start out very strong, but he has scored 6 points out of his last 7 games, and that's how he's up there. And now we got the game between Firouzja and Aronian started.
And Firouzja is going for the Italian opening, moving his pawns cautiously forward in the middle as both players get their king into safety. Aronian is going for an aggressive strategy where he moved his pawn 2 steps forward to attack in the middle.
Yes, and we've seen a lot of scenarios like this in this tournament. Wow, this really reminds me of one game that we looked at. Black will probably be playing a5. Yes, he stops the a pawn on the side of the board. Now white plays with the pawn on the king side, brings out his knight, and both players are playing really fast, using some typical ideas they're aware of. We actually looked at a game that was exactly this opening, wasn't it?
Yes, we did. And the question we asked then is, could the black queen capture the white pawn? And Aronian says, yes, he has done just that. But then there's further trades as the white knight comes in to capture a black pawn as well. This is a position that both these players will be familiar with. And Alireza telling the photographers, no flashes right now. This is a championship game. Do not disturb us while we are playing. And Aronian does not seem very well prepared for this, spending over half a minute thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like the appearance of Black's position, but maybe it's more tricky than I thought, right? Because the queen is going to e2 to get out of the pin, and now Black can't attack that queen on the open file because White would sacrifice the queen for both rooks on e8. So the queen is safe, and then he wants to move out his knight to e4, start pushing back the black pieces, and also pay attention to the knight on b6. That is not a great square for the knight, and Aronian should be thinking about how to improve it.
We have a result. Yeah, Daniil Dubov has made a draw just out of the opening against Anish Giri. We have that situation now on the bottom right of your screen. Daniil Dubov had the superior tiebreaks going into this round, but he's given it all up, hoping that none of his closest competitors will be able to win. A really disappointing decision from Dubov there. I'm honestly shocked that he's giving up this chance to go for the gold medal.
I agree with you, Yoon. I do not think this is going to be the path to the gold medal for Daniil. So obviously he's got some other considerations, playing it safe there. But Firouzja and Aronian, I think this game is likely to be decisive. I mean, right now, despite the symmetric pawn structure, it's pretty clear to me that White has an initiative going on. His bishop on b3 is so strong. Now his other bishop is coming out, and Black's queen has retreated so passively to the c8 square.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm loving Firouzja's position. This could be a world championship game right here. Maybe he doesn't even need the tie breaks to decide this. Maybe he can just win it here and now.
Yeah, there's a couple of other big games, of course, that are still taking place, but we are following this one. And what is going to happen on the f7 square? For now, it's fortunately protected by the black bishop on h5, but Black has to constantly watch for that square as it is rather vulnerable in his position.
And we've set up a look here where we can see 2 games at the same time. Moving back to the Firouzja game, we can spot Firouzja's clock ticking in the distance. He's spending way more than half a minute on this decision. Let's hope it pays off for him. Sometimes you can spend that amount of time if you feel like it's the most important decision you're going to be making all game. However, there is some chaos going on in the Magnus Carlsen game. Magnus Carlsen is invading with his knights close to Vachier Lagrav's king. The question is, how are we on material Does Vachier Lagrave have an extra piece? No, he does not. It's Magnus Carlsen with 2 pawns more than his opponent. Yet, there are so many attacking opportunities here with a bishop and rook pointing down towards the black king, in addition to the black knights, maybe even being in trouble, potentially being captured by white's rook. Vachier Lagrave is really going for it in this game. I think actually it was exciting between Vachier with Alireza, but this one actually tops that, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I mean, right now they're in a way more critical phase than Firouzja and Aronian are in. White has lost a couple of pawns around the king, and you don't see that very often, a knight sitting on g2, and yet at the same time, White has this unusually placed rook on g4, a strong bishop on b3, like a queen that's been activated on the queen side. On the other hand, his bishop on c1. Oh wow, Magnus played a move queen h3, and the computer did not like it. Why not? Bishop takes h6 maybe is the obvious move. No, rook g3 played by Maxime, kicking away the queen. And perhaps we will see that move, rook takes g2, that you were talking about.
So the rook is able to capture the black knight. You can give away your rook to capture 2 knights in return. However, Magnus has been swooping up all the white pawns, trying to protect the white king. So how do you assess this situation? Is it Vachier Lagrave attacking, or will Magnus, with 3 pawns and a rook in exchange for a bishop and a knight, is it Magnus who's attacking? Is it Vachier Lagrave? I have no idea. I cannot tell. And both players are down to less than 1 minute on the clock now. It's a horrendously complicated position, impossible to keep track of for both players.
Yeah, hopefully Vachier will be developing his bishop to e3 soon. He needs to create a little bit of harmony there. He hasn't done that, so what is his plan for that bishop on c1? He's withdrawing kind of passively with his knight. I don't really love that. Meanwhile, I do really like what Firouzja is doing. He's making some progress against Aronian, so good chance that he will be winning his game. I mean, he's got the 2 bishops against the 2 knights. He's got a time advantage on the clock. I really like where he's standing at the moment.
And look at this, that might have been the decisive mistake from Aronian. Aronian putting his rook in an unfortunate position. The white bishop was able to threaten it, and now the whole situation is collapsing. Firouzja has captured a pawn and a rook in exchange for a bishop. He's going to win this game, and that might give him the championship if none of the other guys are able to win. And he's going for the queen trade. Make exchanges when you're up. That is a good strategy from Firouzja.
Yeah, no, he's had this game under control from the beginning. I just like how he's played it. He's had Aronian under pressure for a while, and now it's just a technical conversion that it should not be very difficult for Firouzja. We still have other games that are going to matter for the fight for first place. There's Duda and Artemiev, who are actually in a very interesting game as well, but we can get to that later. Meanwhile, what is going on in Magnus's game?
Yeah, we're just going to see if Firouzja can get his pawn up to become a new queen. This could be the championship game for Firouzja, depending on other results. He's helping his pawn forward. He's using his queen to help out. That pawn is moving forward. And Aronian now, he's going to have to resign. The pawn is becoming a new queen. Yes, Alireza now with an extra rook. Aronian does keep on playing, but there's no hope. He resigns the game. Was that the championship for Alireza Firouzja? We don't know. He doesn't even know himself. Actually, it's definitely not the championship because Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to win his game, so there will be a tie. The question is whether or not Maxime Vachier Lagrave will be able to join them in that tie, and Vachier Lagrave has succeeded. Vachier Lagrave has beaten Magnus Carlsen. He has his bishops pointing down towards the black king, and even though Vachier Lagrave lost all of the pawns protecting the white king, it was in fact He who managed to get that final assault on the opponent's king. And we have a three-way tie for first. It's Vachier Lagrave, it's Jan Krzysztof Duda, and it's Alireza Firouzja. All these guys with the white pieces managing to win their game. And Dubov, who was in the lead before this round started, who had the superior tie breaks, he made an early draw, and that draw has knocked him off the medals. A horrible decision from Dubov right there, and he gets deservedly punished for it as all the other guys catch up. This standing is not 100%. There needs to be now a calculation of who has played the most difficult opponents. So what we do know is that Duda, Vachier Lagrave, and Alireza Firouzja is on top of the standings, but only two of them are allowed to play for the gold medal.
Yeah, I really like the way Vachier and Firouzja played those games with the white pieces, just being really aggressive, going in for sharp play. Those were not, simple, balanced games. And Vachier had an uphill battle playing against the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. So he beat him in a critical game. That's what we like to see when players rise to the occasion. And I hope that he does, because of that, make it into the tiebreak.
Yeah, actually, I think things were going so quickly. Maybe we can get the board for Maxime Vachier Lagrave up on our screen again to kind of witness how he was able to take down Magnus Carlsen. Because look at Magnus having 3 pawns more than his opponent. The White King was seemingly in a lot of trouble, but the way Vachier Lagrave managed to use that advantage of the 2 bishops who are just devastating when working together in conjunction with the White Queen, there was no hope for Magnus to stop 2 checkmates. The first checkmate being threatened here is that the Queen could capture on g7, but if Magnus tried to protect against that, getting his rook back, then there was another checkmate on g8, because both bishops were helping out the queen in its quest for checkmate. So that was a fantastic way to win for Vachier Lagrave, and that might be the game that's remembered as vital for him to win this championship. We are gonna check the calculations. We're gonna figure out who is deemed to have played the toughest opponents when looking at the whole tournament as a whole. So we're gonna take a break now, and when we have more information, we're coming back and giving you the scoop as to who will be competing for this World Championship title. And we're back with the World Blitz Championship. We could not find a winner in the in the first 21 rounds. And now we have confirmation as to who will be playing for the gold medal. It's between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Alireza Firouzja finishes third, and the rules stipulate that only the top two players on the same amount of points will be participating in the playoff.
Yes, I mean, both of these players, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they were not really the leaders for most of this competition, but they had their big breakthrough on the second day of play. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, for example, has scored 4 points out of his last 5 games, and that's what's allowed him to get into a tie for first place. And what's more impressive is that he had to beat Magnus Carlsen in the last round en route to doing so.
And also his competitor there will be Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who is a former silver medalist in this World Blitz Championship, now playing in his native Poland. He will be trying to improve on that medal with a gold one as we are approaching the playoff between these two guys. However, we do have complete results in the women's section, and it's Bibisara Asoybayeva who is the victor, and she was just running the show this entire tournament.
Yes, this was definitely Bibisara's show. Everyone was kind of playing in second position. But what I think is amazing is that Alexandra Kostenyuk has managed to get to second place kind of quietly, stealthily, unexpectedly. She wasn't having a great tournament in the beginning. She lost a bunch of games on the first day, even started her first 2 games today with a loss. I mean, so even today she was continuing not in a great fashion, but what allowed her to get clear second place was a score of 5.5 out of 6 points in the last portion of the tournament.
And actually, that's interesting. Kostenyuk and Asoybayeva, they are the silver and gold medalist of the Rapid Championship. The only thing that changed was their placement. They're both going home from Poland with a gold and silver medal each.
Yeah, no, together they each are taking home $70,000. Amazing prizes. I mean, it's really nice to have the players being compensated in such a way for their efforts, and they have really put on a show for us over these last few days. Valentina Gunina and Polina Shuvalova tying for 3rd to 4th place. So we have 3 Russian players out of the top 4.
With Gunina getting the bronze medal there. And now we are going to go in from our cameras watching in at the venue in Warsaw, because the arbiters, the referees of this tournament, they have created 2 boxes. One of the boxes has a white piece. One of the boxes has a black piece. And we're going to have our 2 competitors, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, arriving here to make their choice as to which color they will have in the first game. And that can be significant because if you get white in the first game, in case of a 1-1 tie, they keep on playing 1 game at a time until somebody wins. So I would say getting white if in the case of a 3rd game would be very advantageous. And so getting white in this drawing of lots would be beneficial.
Yeah, I want to tell you an interesting little stat about how Jan-Krzysztof got here. He has actually scored 7 out of 8 to make it into this tie. That is so impressive. I mean, he started the day with a loss. Since then, he got 7 points out of 8. So he's just been on fire. I mean, it has not been easy to get into this top placement. And, like quite the opposite happened to Levon Aronian, who was leading so convincingly and then just had a terrible finish that made him not be able to tie for first place. So yeah, this is going to be a fascinating matchup against two up-and-coming players. Duda, the winner of the World Cup this year, Firouzja, the #2 rated classical player in the world. I'm sorry, Vachier. I'm like thinking about Firouzja for some reason. We got Vachier, the top Frenchman. Yes, and Duda, the World Cup winner. I think this game is going to be a thriller.
And you can see Vachier Lagrave is pacing around, waiting for Duda to show up. Vachier Lagrave now on the right side of our frame, stepping in and out as he is waiting for Duda. Is that nervous energy happening right now, or yeah, we're gonna switch cameras because having photographers block our view is no fun. The photographers seem to be on the move. That tells me that Duda is about to arrive on the scene, and a choice will be made between these two boxes. One box containing the white pieces, the other box containing the black pieces.
Yeah, Duda and Vachier must surely have played each other quite a lot in their time. And I'm actually looking up right now their record. Their last games were in September of this year in the Meltwater Tour final. Vachier beat Duda in that.
And now the pick is being made. Duda makes the pick and he's opening a box. What color does that box contain? Our view is blocked from so many different angles, and he's holding up what I think was a black, no, it's a white piece being given there to Duda. And does that mean the other box had a black piece? Honestly, I cannot tell. I think that's a black piece. I think Duda will have the white pieces in the first game. The format is they play 2 games. 1 game with white, 1 game with black. If it's still tied, they will continue playing 1 game at a time until such time as we have a winner. So there we have it. The games will start after another break, I'm pretty certain. The referee now actually having a chat with the players, making sure that they are aware of, I guess, stuff like knocking over pieces or touching them without saying "Jadoub."
Or how the knight moves and how the pawn promotes.
No, they're bringing back the boxes. They're now making the drawing of lots for the 3rd game, I think. So they're doing a separate drawing of lots for the 3rd game, and Duda now choosing, I think it's a white piece again.
Yeah, you know, as they've been choosing the colors, I've been trying to figure out what has happened in the history between these two. If Duda is white, he can open with either e4 or d4, and they've had Grunfelds between them.
Yeah, no, now she's holding up a white piece. So I think Duda has the white pieces for the first game, but in case of a 1-1 tie, it's Vachier Lagrave who will have the white pieces in game 3. That's my analysis of that whole situation, considering we got blocked by the photographers. Despite having 5 cameras at the scene, we couldn't really get a clear view of that. But we will be taking a break now as the players get ready for this exciting playoff. It's between Jan Krzysztof Duda of Poland and Maxime Vachier Lagrave of France for the gold medal. We will be back soon. Welcome back to the World Blitz Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig, joined by Jon Ludwig Hammer, joined by Irina Krush. And these are our competitors for the gold medal. With the white pieces, it's Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and with the black pieces, playing on his home turf in Poland, it's Jan Krzysztof Duda.
I do think that we got to take Maxime as the favorite just based on the history between these two players that I've been studying in between the games. Vachier has won the last 3 games they've played against each other in 2021 with the white pieces, and he's always stuck true to the move e4 in every single game they've played. And Duda has varied a little bit in his openings. He's gone for the Caro-Kann. All these games that he has lost recently, he's tried the Petrov defense, one time a Sicilian, one time a Scandinavian. So the question here is really not what Vachier is going to do, but what opening Duda is going to pick.
And Duda is a former Blitz championship silver medalist. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, also known for his expertise when the time gets low on the clock. But I would say it's pretty much a 50-50 split who's going to win this overall. I think both of these players, just their top level is so good, and they both are really confident, having had a great second day of this event.
I agree. You know, they're actually both silver medalists at the World Blitz Championships. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in 2015 and Jan Krzysztof Duda in 2018. Neither of them has ever won the championship title, so it's really a big deal for both of them. And we got a lot to look forward to in this game.
And we are going to be starting at 7:40 local time. That is in 1 minute. And you can see the referee behind the players getting ready to make her announcements and to kick this game off. And there we go, the handshake. The referee starts the clock. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave does go for the king pawn from the start. It's a Spanish opening.
Yes, and this is not something that is featured in their games previously. So Duda definitely straying from the Caro-Kann that wasn't bringing him any luck in their recent encounters. Also not going into the Petrov that they've had before and choosing an entirely different opening, which is, of course, should be a little bit of a surprise for Maxime.
And Maxim has experience here before. My biggest surprise is the fact that Duda is spending quite a lot of time here early on to make his decisions. We know how vital having that 30 extra seconds on the clock can be. And so the hesitation from Duda here surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, he hasn't chosen this opening before. I assume it's just not his main opening. So Maxime is going to have a lot more experience in these kinds of positions, but Duda chose this opening for its solidity. He obviously doesn't want to let the game get too crazy, hoping to keep it solid for the first game and then try to take advantage of the white pieces in the next game.
And we saw the white pawn was challenging blacks. Duda has chosen to move forward immediately. Vachier-Lagrave putting all his pieces to put pressure on that pawn, but it's safely protected by its buddy on a5.
So right now it looks like it's Vachier's turn to move. And what was the move on the board that Duda played? Did he he played pawn a5.
Yeah, and immediately Vachier-Lagrave challenging that black advanced pawn. A trade is made. And then Vachier-Lagrave now needs to decide, do you use your pawn, your bishop, or your knight to take that one back? You can feel the tension, the nerves in this matchup, because these players are taking way more time than what is usual in a Blitz game.
And Vachier makes a very big decision to capture with the bishop. I guess he would like to keep the a5 pawn exposed. That pawn is definitely a weakness in black's camp. On the other hand, black has a nice square for his knight on c5.
A well-placed knight, but also well-placed bishops now attacking both the rook in the corner. That rook needs to keep protection of the pawn on the side, and I feel like there's some trouble brewing here for Jan Krzysztof Duda. The update on the clocks suggesting that Duda is down on time as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave makes his breakthrough in the center.
I completely agree that it looks like White has the initiative. Why did the computer eval just go down into Black's favor? That's a little bit strange. It looks like, I mean, Vachier played a very natural move.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say the eval bar on the left side is having some sort of a virus. I'm not sure if it's the same thing caught by some of the players in this event. But for now, I think we're going to have to stick with just the our assessment of the situation. And I got to say, with all these white pieces in the middle of the board, I'm liking Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's position.
Yeah, White has very active pieces in the center, and there is a chance, even in some kind of an end game down the line. Not sure if that's going to happen, but White can try to create an outside A pawn when he pushes B4, but that's far into the future. I don't think that's about to happen. Right now, he's got to figure out how to defend the A4 pawn.
Pressure with that queen move on the pawn on A4. Also pressure towards the pawn in the middle. I feel like both players are spending so much time now, and I'm really surprised by this move from Vachier-Lagrave. He puts the knights up against each other. He's opening up between the bishops as well. Vachier-Lagrave seems to be trading off all of those pieces we were praising just some seconds ago.
Yeah, I think he wants to take on C5 here. Oh, no. Well, I thought if the bishop would have captured the bishop on C3, then maybe Vachier wanted to take the knight on C5. That didn't happen because Duda chose to capture on B3, and we're getting some piece trades, which definitely makes the game less exciting than it was a few moves ago.
Yes, two piece trades, one pair of knights and one pair of bishops going off the board. Then the attack on the bishop looked to be very promising for Duda, because if that bishop were to move, then the queen would have been able to capture in the middle. However, Vachier-Lagrave anticipated that, moving his queen in a position to protect the pawn while also attacking the rook. The attack on the rook had to take precedence over capturing White's bishop in the center. Now that the rook is saved, the bishop is under attack, and Vachier-Lagrave will have to move it.
Yes, and he's figuring out where to move it. It seems like he tucked it away to A2. White's queen on D4 is holding all the pawns together, but rook B4 is an idea, except no, the D6 pawn is hanging. Duda's got to figure out what to do about that pawn. Maybe he'll give it up. That's a possibility. Or maybe he'll do something like queen E5. Interesting move as well, challenging that queen. He goes bishop E6, solid move. Yeah, I like that.
Trying to make more exchanges here. Duda going for the draw with the black pieces. Then he's hoping to win with the white pieces afterwards. This did give Vachier-Lagrave an opportunity to capture the black pawn in the middle. However, there's a white pawn in the middle also prime for the taking.
Yep, and Duda is steering this game to equality. I mean, he's really out of danger at this point. I don't think in this heavy piece endgame that he should have any problems. He's got a nice active rook. They're trading pieces. Black is fine. Although, I don't know, interesting move played by Vachier, giving up the pawn in order to win the pawn on D5. Right, this game is heading towards a draw.
Yeah, but it's actually not so easy, because if Duda takes the white pawn, the white rook is going to have an excellent position in the middle, where it's also going to be attacking the pawn on the side. And as we now have the correct clocks updated, it's less than 30 seconds on the clock for Duda, who needs to figure out this endgame. And he chooses to push his pawn forward.
Exactly. He chose to keep it, to protect it with this rook B4. Not going in for that trade where he might lose a pawn. I think that was a reasonable decision, but it keeps the game sharper. Now he's probably going to be taking on b3, and Vachier probably will be taking on d4, I assume.
Well,
And
he's gonna.
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the pawns are just getting exchanged off, and the guys agree to a draw. The handshake there, a solid game from Duda, making a draw. Now, in the next one, he will have the advantage of the white pieces and try to win that for the title. But in the meantime, we're gonna be having a bit of a break. Do you have any more comments about what we just saw before the break, Irina?
Well, I think this was a good game by Duda. He used an opening against Vachier that he hasn't used before. It seemed a little bit dubious at some points, like Vachier was going to be using his more experience in this line to get an advantage, but Duda defended well, and this game did not look, never got too difficult for him. And I'm expecting him to come back with the white pieces and open with the move d4.
Okay, that it will be exciting to see. Wait, what? They're not having a break. Hold your horses. Jan Krzysztof Duda immediately sitting down with the white pieces. We have had one of these playoffs before, but then there was a 10-minute break between the games. We cannot go take a break now if Duda thinks that they're just going to keep on playing immediately. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, yes, he returns to the board as well. I guess we're not going to have a break then. We're just going to keep on playing Blitz chess.
Yeah, that's great for us. We just keep going. So yeah, the big question now is which pawn is white going to open with? Duda is capable of opening with e4 or d4, but if he opens with e4, he's allowing Maxime to play a sharp Sicilian that Maxime is so famous for. My guess is that Duda will go for d4, try to target Vachier's Grunfeld, and he has had more success with that move d4 in the past against Vachier.
And we are being told that there will only be a 1 to 2 minute break between games. And if this game also ends in a draw, then we will continue playing one game at a time until we have a winner. And here we go, a second time. Duda playing your move, the one you predicted, Irina, the queen pawn.
Okay, Queen's Gambit accepted. That's an opening I know something about. That's kind of nice to see it on the board in this big game. They are having going into the main line of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Vachier, yeah, I didn't know he was really that famous for playing this opening, but he goes to a solid opening in this critical game.
So he's choosing not to go for his most normal, what he's known for, instead picking one of Irina's main defenses for this critical game. Will it work out for him is the big question.
Yeah, and Duda answers with this move b3. This used to be, this pawn fianchetto used to be pretty innocuous system, but lately White has been trying all kinds of little pawn moves, a3, b3, just like they do in the Najdorf. They've been doing that against the QGA. So we have a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, and Black is figuring out how to get his knight out from b8. It's a little surprising that he didn't move it yet. He must have been afraid of bishop f3 pin. I'm sorry. Or hanging the knight, because I forgot the rook was on c1. Yeah, that's why he didn't move out the knight, but he's trying to get it out now.
So here was Duda trying to move his knight up the board to that e5 square, but permission denied. The black bishop taking control of that square immediately. And Jan Krzysztof Duda needs to be able to attack something in the next couple of moves if he is to have any advantage out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, one obvious move is to try to move the queen and go rook fd1, but then you have to think about where to move the queen so it doesn't get attacked by like knight e4 or bishop e4. And so this is actually a really big moment for White, because he sees that knight c6 is coming, and he would like to stop that move. So he goes bishop d3 to prepare queen e2 and rook fd1. That's a very standard placement of the pieces for White.
And Vasil Grav getting his rook into the action as well. The white queen probably moving one step forward now. And the big question, when is Maxim Vasil Grav getting his knight into the game?
Yeah, and I think white needs to watch out for this move e5. I mean, e5, e4, isn't that like a problem for that needs to be calculated by white?
In fact, look at the eval bar right now. The move e5 would be a big advantage for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and he does do it. Vachier-Lagrave pushes his pawn forward in the middle. He could be getting his world championship title right here. Duda moving his bishop, starting to attack the black queen. The queen will have to move, but once the queen moves, the white knight is forced back. There's no immediate win of a piece for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, but he now is in a position where he can force white's bishop all the way out to the side of the board, which is a very unfortunate placement for that piece.
Yeah, white's knight has been pushed back to c2. That's not a place you ever want to see your knight in these positions. I mean, it is clear that black has taken over the initiative. White has two misplaced pieces. The knight on c2 is a clear one. Also, the bishop on h3 isn't doing too well.
But now Duda can get rid of one of them. Duda misses a big opportunity here. He could have captured the knight to get rid of that bad bishop. And afterwards, there were some possibilities of captures, which would have left white with an extra pawn. So big opportunities being missed here with everything at stake. We're returning to the game where we see MVL just calmly improving the positioning of his pieces. The white knights are moving forward while the black knights are moving forward while their white counterparts are moving backwards.
Yeah, Duda knows that things have gone badly. He's trying to hold things together, trying to play fairly quickly. I think that's a good strategy. He's not, pondering over what a nice position he had and now what it looks like. He's just trying to keep things together. So he goes knight e1 with the idea of at some point perhaps bringing out that knight to d3.
There the knight would be attacking against the pawn on e5 together with the bishop and the other knight. This is causing trouble for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who is now taking a long think. The Frenchman had a 1 minute advantage on the clock, but that advantage now disappearing. He's choosing to move his bishop back to its original square.
Weird move.
Yeah, Maxim's advantage is dissipating.
I mean, even bishop g2 by white, right? Just why would you leave that diagonal when white was already pretty clear about his intentions to retreat the bishop there? He'll probably go back to b7. Okay, Vachier just lost a big tempo.
Vachier going back and forth, in a way offering a draw with that movement, but Duda going for the win. He's improving the positioning of his pieces, now attacking the black pawn in the middle with three of them. And Vachier-Lagrave, he gives up his knight for a pawn because then afterwards he saw that he could get a double attack on the two white knights.
Yeah, I really like white's bishop on the long diagonal. I think if white maybe makes a move like knight e1 and then captures back with a knight, he'll be stopping black from going bishop e5 and he'll keep some pressure on the long diagonal.
And just as you said that, Duda is actually giving away his bishop. A strange decision from the Polish player there. There's still the two pieces under attack. He chooses to move the one knight, losing the other. We have a situation with knight versus a bishop. And both players being low on time at this stage.
Yeah, I probably he had a good reason to do that, but I am not thrilled about where white took this position because certainly he's not better at all in this endgame. I mean, the bishop is just doing fine against the knight, and Duda is going to have to play for a draw.
I'm not sure about. I disagree because this is similar to the situation we saw between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi earlier today, where you all also thought that the bishop was okay, but actually in these positions, the bishop kind of it's pointing into thin air. So I feel like the bishop is usually considered a worse piece in such positions.
Well, the thing is, black is going to go h5, I think, at some point soon. White's king is a little bit drafty. He has to watch out for h4. There's still the A pawn on the board. They're going for trades. I mean, yeah, certainly I don't see any danger at all for
Oh.
black. They just agreed to a draw.
Oh, yeah. Okay, your assessment was the correct one. No danger for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as trades were made. If we're just having another 1 minute break, this is going to be pretty stressful. The referee talking to the players now, asking, do you want to just keep on going or do you want to take a break?
Yeah, wow. These games have been very even. Duda definitely messed up in the opening there, and he clearly missed this e5, e4 idea. His pieces got misplaced on c2 and h3, but he kept his cool and he remaneuvered them to good positions. And then it was Vachier's turn to not find a way to continue with his initiative. He lost a tempo. Then he found a way to bail out into a pretty equal endgame.
Okay, it seems we are not taking a break. And now these are the new circumstances, the new rules. Seeing as how it's been tied after each player got one white and one black. Now to find the victor of this tournament, we're going to play one game at a time. And if someone wins, that's it. That is the world champion.
So this is the final game, you're saying, Yoon. So no matter what, there is going to be a winner after this game. So this is called an Armageddon game.
No, it is not an Armageddon game. In case of a draw, they will continue with another game until someone wins.
So right first to victory is the champion.
Yes.
It's no longer a 2-game match. Just the first person who wins is the World Blitz champion.
Yes.
Got it. Well, that's a good clarification. Vachier white again. I'm sure he will stick to the same move. And Duda is now going to be, a little bit of a tough spot because his opening wasn't perfect in the first game as black. Is he going to continue with it? I think he will. But still, we got to give some edge to Vachier in this situation.
The advantage of the white pieces, even in Blitz chess, is not to be underestimated. But also, I think the players have been playing surprisingly slow out of the opening. Would you agree? Actually, we're going to have to see the first move because they're getting started.
Yeah, not by my standards, Yoon. They've been playing perfectly fine by my standards, but I agree. This is not the speed of Nepomniachtchi Abdusatorov from their tiebreak Blitz game.
And here we see the same opening, the Spanish opening from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave yet again, going for all the same moves we saw in their first matchup. Jan Krzysztof Duda once again doing this maneuvering of the knight. They're just doing the completely same thing. The knight coming into the middle of the board, attacking the pawn, and now the bishop once again coming out to attack the pawn on the left-hand side. Trades are being made. It seems as though these guys have people helping them, even if they're not taking a break, because Duda knew exactly what he wanted to do compared to the first one.
Well, either they have someone helping them, I hope so, or they have no one helping them and they just don't know what to do because they had no time to prepare at all. They just had to go straight back to this game. And when you already have chosen your opening and you don't have time to consult the computer or anyone, sometimes you're just stuck with that. And Duda is thinking now, as I believe it's Vachier, who is the first to deviate from the move d4 that he played in the first game.
And Duda spending his sweet time here, now 30 seconds down on the clock, feeling that this moment could be important for the whole course of the game.
Yeah, it is always very unpleasant when your opponent is the first to deviate that far into the game. And tricky move by Vachier. He responds to the attack on his knight by an attack on black's knight.
That was unexpected. I'm sure Jan Krzysztof Duda, when playing his bishop out, he thought he was threatening to capture white's knight, but instead there's the counter threat, and now this white knight is making its way into the heart of the black position.
Oh, this is like going very much in Vachier's favor. And this is often a scenario for like blitz matches like this, that when you have an opening prepared, you play it, it works out okay the first time, but then you don't have time to prepare anything for the second game. And maybe someone whispered something in Vachier's ears, like, here's a better move, just do that. He did it, and it seems like he's at least gaining himself time on the clock in a pretty nice position here as well.
Once again, Vachier has the bishop, Duda has the knight, but this is a very different circumstance than the previous game. Here, this bishop is pointing against something, and that something is the black king.
I mean, the good news for Duda is that he's got a nice knight on c5 on what we call an outpost square. So his position has his pluses. Although I do think that white has the initiative, black's rook on a7 is a bit trapped. I think black might want to, at some point, maybe consider queen b8, or maybe even queen e8, the move he did in the game before, to attack white's pawn on b5.
And Vachier Lagrave moving his queen, pointing in towards the rook. It's a trap! It's a trap! If Duda now moves his king to the corner, Vachier Lagrave will play his pawn up. But Duda, attentive to that trap, he moves his queen, protects the rook, also attacking the queen like Irina was indicating. Now the white bishop has to take a defensive stance, protecting the white pawn.
Yeah, well, the white bishop is taking multiple stances in this position. I mean, he is cutting off the black rooks from like moving at all. So he's doing a very important job in this position. Black has to figure out some way to play around him. But look at this tricky move by Vachier. He's not letting the black knight move anywhere, because then there's going to be a queen trade and the d6 pawn is going to be lost. So that's the point of his move. Vachier needs to activate, Duda needs to activate that rook on a7, maybe a3, a pawn sack. It's kind of interesting, but doesn't seem to really work at the moment.
I think Vachier Lagrave is going to take this down. He has a great position, but also he has 1 minute more on the clock. And Duda is still thinking. He cannot figure out how to get his rooks into the game. I think one of the main plans for the Frenchman is just pushing his pawn forward in the middle, opening up the position for white's rooks while the black rooks are still out of commission.
This is just so unpleasant for Duda. I mean, you can understand why he's not moving, because he barely has any moves to play.
And he's still not moving. He's down 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. This is a championship match point for Vachier Lagrave. Duda does get his rook.
Huge time advantage from Maxime, over 2 minutes. That little opening finesse that he played has given him just great chances to win this game.
And he is pushing his pawn forward in the middle, trying to open up for white's rook to infiltrate. Jan-Krzysztof Duda offering the trade of queens.
And looks like
that trade is...
pawn.
Yeah, that trade has been accepted, because now Vachier Lagrave will be able to capture a black pawn. And unfortunately, in the relay there, we lost the black rook. But after the trade here, that rook is coming in, winning a pawn for Maxime Vachier Lagrave. Is it going to be enough to win the game, though? That's the big question.
It is a big advantage.
I'm going to need you to feed me the moves, Irina.
Oh, sure. I can feed you the moves. Give me 1 second. Okay, I see. Oh, wow. Okay, rook BB. Oh, wait, no. Something weird happened. No, everything is messed up. I can't feed you the moves because in the live board, white is up like a rook, and that's not clearly the actual position on the board. So what is happening? I'm trying to figure out from the live feed. Black has 2 rooks. White's got a passed A pawn, or no, it's a B pawn on B5. So basically all the queenside pawns have been traded, and white is still sitting with that pawn anchored on B5 by the bishop. Now the bishop is moved to D5, attacking the pawn on F7. Where is black's knight?
We're going to have to move off the analysis board. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the stuff coming in to us from Poland. We can see in the distance. Unfortunately, the organizers controlling the camera have not zoomed it in. Luckily, we just managed to fix the boards and can see that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with 2 rooks is pointing in towards that black king. He has an extra pawn, but he's using the advantage of the extra pawn to kind of capitalize and start making threats against the black king while Duda is busy trying to deal with the white pawn.
Yeah, I mean, Duda, he's still alive, but just barely. I mean, he's holding it together, but that B pawn is the long-term problem. Black is stuck in complete passivity here. Vachier using this chance to advance the pawn even further. But what will white do here? Knight c5, isn't that? Oh, knight c5 hangs the f7 pawn. Yeah, so Duda is just paralyzed.
Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen. He makes the trade bishop for knight. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now in the end game, and he's saying this pawn is going to decide the game, and he is right. He's going to push his pawn up on the right side and get his rook away, and Duda is seconds away from resigning. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is going to be the world champion. There's a trade of pawns on the side of the board. Duda trying to use his king to stop white's king from getting into the game, but here Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is able to capture another pawn on the side of the board, and he does do so. 2 extra pawns for him now. Duda resigns. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the world champion in 2021.
Yeah, I think Maxim, first of all, got rewarded for his excellent game against Magnus Carlsen. That was a hill to climb to even reach a tie for first place. That was the tough part, I think. But of course, beating Jan-Christoph Duda was no walk in the park, although I feel that this was a little bit of an unfortunate finish to this match because he was helped too much by the opening preparation that he had, that little finesse that he clearly prepared, and Duda was not prepared for. He was just in trouble right away, never really got into this final game.
And here we see Maxim Vachier-Lagrave being congratulated by everyone on the scene. He is the World Blitz champion, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, taking the title to France. And France had a fantastic performance in this championship, with Alireza Firouzja also making the bronze medal. So congratulations to him. We're going to be taking a break, but we will be back going through the best, most exciting game of the day. And if you guessed, that game is going to be a replay of this decisive one where he managed to beat Duda. You are absolutely correct. So if you feel like you didn't catch all the details, stay tuned. We will be going through that in after this break. We are back from the World Blitz Championship in Warsaw, Poland. I am Jon Ludwig Hammer. With me is Irina Krush, and we are congratulating the champions in the open section. We just saw Maxim Vachier-Lagrave winning that exciting playoff to take home the gold medal. Earlier today, we have seen the winner of the women's section. It's Bibisara Asoybayeva from Kazakhstan in dominating fashion, getting first a silver medal in the Rapid Championship 2 days ago, now going all the way for the gold. What a performance from her, Irina.
Yeah, absolutely. What a successful tournament from Bibisara. I mean, we knew she was a strong player. I felt that myself when I played her a few years ago in the World Rapid Championship, and she beat me very convincingly with the white pieces. And from that moment, I knew she was a serious player. But I think after this event, no one will ever underestimate her again.
And now we are going to be switching it up because we're going to be moving to a recap of the exciting thing we just witnessed on the board. This is the rapid recap, and it's how Maxim Vachier-Lagrave played in the final playoff against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, utilizing from the beginning his Spanish opening, which was just something he tried in the first playoff game, but he didn't switch around. He kept going for that same one, Irina.
Yeah, and that turned out to be a fateful decision, as he was playing a position that it just felt that he wasn't super comfortable in, and Vachier's superior experience in these types of positions was a factor in how these games developed. The first game he managed to hold on through resourceful defense, but when Vachier made a small change after the opening in this game, Duda was not able to orient himself to the new circumstances.
So we have been seeing a Spanish opening with the pieces being developed in good fashion. Here, the first point of the game I want to point out, Jan-Krzysztof Duda retreating his knight, saying that this knight is better placed on d7, partly because then you're not blocking your pawn from potentially contributing to the game. Vachier-Lagrave played his moves very quickly because this is all the same moves that was played on the first attempt, which ended in a draw on the side of the board. He's using his pawn to put pressure in towards the black pawn.
Yes, and the black pawn advanced, pushing the knight forward into d5. Then the pawn on b4 needed protection, so there came the a5 pawn, and Vachier undermines those pawns with the move c3. There was a trade. He captured with the bishop, which puts the bishop attacking the a5 pawn, and Duda went with knight c5. White captures on f6 in order to clear the d5 square for his bishop. He doesn't want to retreat it passively. He wants to have that nice square in the center. And after black recaptures, white goes bishop d5, rook a7, and here is where Vachier comes up with a change. He goes queen c2 rather than the move d4, which he did in the first game. It's a very interesting moment. I would be very curious to ask him what advice did he have, or just his own inspiration, because the computer at first glance does actually like the move that he chose for the first game. He likes the move d4, and yet he changes it and basically traps Duda into making a pretty big mistake on the next turn.
So after the queen move, Duda put his bishop out, attacking the white knight, assuming that that knight had to move away. But instead, now Vachier-Lagrave pushed his pawn up in the center, the idea being that if white's knight is captured, Vachier-Lagrave would continue forward with his pawn in the middle of the board, just getting this one up, causing all sorts of trouble. So instead, Duda decided to eliminate the pawn while he had the option to do so, but that allowed the white knight to jump in, not only to do this d4 square, but it's headed further up the board.
Yes, this is very unfortunate for Duda. He retreated his bishop to d7, so that was a total loss of time for him to go to g4. And when the knight arrived on b5, this was his last chance in this game. Actually, it turned out to be a very big mistake to capture that knight and give white the b5 pawn. Black should have played rook a6 instead, keeping more attention in the game. Threatening the move c6 would have been interesting how Vachier would have gotten out of that. I guess he was afraid to do that because bishop takes f6 looks pretty scary, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
the trade of bishops would make the queen decide between recapturing and protecting the black pawn. Capturing back with the queen is the obvious move, but then you would lose a pawn. So that is definitely the reasoning for why Duda felt he needed to capture this knight immediately. However, in that ensuing position, white's pawn is controlling the a6 square, the bishop is controlling the b7 and a8 square, and those are all the squares the black rook can move to. So black's rook just got completely shut out of the game, and that was pretty much the deciding factor to give Maxime Vachier-Lagrave this world championship.
Yeah, he won the game because of that beautiful bishop that did so much for him on this board. As we know, bishops love open diagonals, and the more diagonals they control, the better. And this game showed the absolute power of this bishop.
After the trade of the other pair of bishops, Duda tried to push forward on the side, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was very clever in how he just put his pieces towards the middle of the board. Basically, Vachier-Lagrave is saying the black rook is unable to participate in the game. I should try and open up for my rooks while the black rook is still in trouble. And so he pushed forward his pawn in the middle. Now, if there's a trade here, then he has been successful in opening up the rook and the queen. Instead, Duda, realizing how much trouble he was in, he tried to go for the queen exchange.
Yes, he went for the queen exchange, giving up a pawn. So queen takes b6, rook takes b6. Unfortunately, it doesn't just, solve his problems giving away that pawn. White's pawns are doubled, but the b5 pawn is effectively just a pure extra pawn. And the worst part is that it's keeping the rook on b6 very passive. And so this is not a game where Duda is able to muster up a lot of chances after losing material.
He did try to get his bad rook into the game, pushing his pawn forward. He was able to open up the chances for that rook, but at the cost of being down this other pawn. And Vachier-Lagrave very, very well just knew what to do. He's using his rook on the 7th rank, and he's trying to get the other rook to partner with his teammate. And these rooks, in conjunction with the bishop joining the party as well, it was just devastating. Look at all that pressure in towards the black queen, the black king, and the pawn defending it.
Yeah, once those rooks arrived on the 7th, it was bad news for Duda. He tried to keep white from capturing that pawn by going rook d3, a tricky little move, because now you cannot take the pawn since you will lose your bishop after the rook trade. But that did not faze Vachier-Lagrave. He improved his king with king g2. And after...
Sorry, I lost the position.
No problem.
We were here with the rook pointing down on the white rook, king d2.
King g2, king g7, and then just simply moving his bishop away to c4, offering up a trade of one of those rooks because majority of his advantage still remains. I mean, black cannot even move his knight from the back rank here.
Yeah, the knight is stuck defending the black pawn. The rook is stuck trying to defend against a white pawn, trying to become a new queen. Duda tried to activate his king, but that was a great moment for Vachier-Lagrave to push his pawn forward, exploiting the fact that the rook cannot capture the pawn without simultaneously releasing the defense of the knight. So it was just perfect technique here from the Frenchman, getting this pawn as high up as possible, and then he made the trade between bishop and knight, giving himself a rook endgame.
Yes, unfortunately, black's rook is positioned in the wrong place. It should be on the other side of the pawn. As we say, the rooks like to be behind passed pawns where they can be active and attacking other pawns. This rook on b8, super passive, and it can never even move because rook c8 would just allow white to promote the pawn immediately.
So the rook is stuck. Instead, Duda tried pushing his pawns up the side of the board, but all Maxime Vachier-Lagrave needed to do now is try and infiltrate with his king against these black pawns, and he did so by playing his pawn up on the side. Because after the trade between these two pawns, it's clear that white's king is on its way forward. Duda prevented white's king from joining the party in the first instance, but here, after Maxime Vachier-Lagrave moved his king, it's actually a Zugzwang position, because no matter what black does, you're making your situation worse. If you move your king back, you allow white's king to move forward. So instead of moving the king, Duda tried to move the rook, but with the rook no longer putting pressure on white's pawn, MVL decided that, well, I can use this opportunity to take another pawn with my rook on the side of the board. And this is where Duda realized, I'm 2 pawns down, there's no saving me. He resigned the game, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave became the world champion.
Yeah, and a very deserved winner who beat Magnus Carlsen on his way to becoming the world Blitz champion. It doesn't get any harder than that. So full credit to him, and a lot of credit to our women's world Blitz champion, the young player from Kazakhstan, Bibisara Asobayeva, making her name known to the whole world.
So those are the 2 winners of this event. Asobayeva and also Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Congratulations to the 2 of them. And that wraps up this rapid recap.
Yeah, so I would like to just say a few closing words. First of all, thank you to chess.com for inviting us to host this event. I was really happy to do this, happy to work with you, Yoon, and to hear your insightful and dynamic commentary. And it's been a great few days. Thank you to our viewers, guys, there were tens of thousands of you with us for all of these days. And it's been great having this experience with all of you. This has been one of my favorite tournaments to close out the chess year.
And with that, we don't have anything more for you. This has been the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz tournament. I have been Jon Ludwig Hammer. With me, Irina Krush, helping out with the commentary.
And the pronunciation.
Yeah, in particular, the pronunciation. Yes, thank you. And we hope to be back some other time. Have a happy new year, everyone.
Happy New Year, guys. See you in 2022.